Let's go! Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone watching from home. We are back with more Lazer Grand Arena, this time Taquito versus Sigi, once again in the round of 32 here in week 1 of LGA 2025. I'm still Dio, and he's still T1G. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. As the clock ticks over to 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, it has indeed become the afternoon. And still rocking it with this duo. We've been spending quite our fair share of time together in the casting booth, and man, we've seen some good Osu being played. We had the Kosirek upset over Fedora Goose. We had Welter going absolutely thermonuclear in his match against Trumpetino. And now we get two stalwarts of the tournament scene, Taquito and Sigi. Man, these guys have been doing this for so long. It just feels like I've been watching these two play in tournaments, against each other or in common for, God, I don't know, 5, 6 years, 7 years now. These dudes are just old heads of the Osu tournament scene, and while Taquito has reached a level that I don't think we've really ever seen Sigi come quite close to, I still think on a pool like this, we should be in for a pretty exciting match.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much agreed there with the breakdown of the match ahead. I'm always sad to see Nomad 2 get banned. Going to be the Hard Rock 2 ban for Taquito as well. And you see the players here asking about sets here. So we'll take a second and explain the format as we get through the protects and then the second round of bans. Lazer Grand Arena this year is played with set formats rather than last year's basic cumulative score format. We still make use of cumulative score, but instead of across the entire match, it's across sets of 2 maps each. 2 maps are played at a time, which constitutes a set, and whichever player scores higher across both maps in the set overall takes the set victory. You need 3 set victories to win. If you do get tied up 2-2 in sets, the last set will be played as normal with a third map, the OS original, at the bottom of the map pool scene there, getting played to end things off, regardless of whether there is a clear victor after the first 2 maps of the last set. So consider them groups of 2 for that best of 5 that we are playing in this match. And now we're going to get the DT2 Protect for Sigi, Hidden 3 Protect for Taquito. No surprises there. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Sigi ban out something like the Nomad 4, the Hidden 2 as well, going into the last round of bans now.
Yeah, and, so talking about the format a little, it's very interesting in how unique this format is, right? I can't think of a time that we've ever seen anything quite like this in Osu. We've seen set-based scoring, we've seen cumulative scoring, but we haven't seen the 2-map cumulative scoring, kind of scaling it differently and making for a really interesting bit of strategy. I think we're kind of learning the emerging meta of this format as we go. We've seen, 5 or 6 matches now on this format so far, and we're kind of feeling it out, both, as casters, spectators, players, as to how best to play this format. When you have the Protect, but the Protect can only be picked by you, for instance, that makes it almost effectively a third ban if you want to use it that way. If you protect a map and you are the second pick, perhaps you hold on to that protect until the next set if you go down by a big score on the first map of a given set. There's a lot of little quirks and intricacies of this format that we're all kind of discovering as we go, and it's really interesting to see that sort of playing out in real time in front of us. And I, for one, am really intrigued by how the different players are approaching this and how it's ending up in these matches. You have the really close matches, like last night you had Emil Bus versus Jackson that went all the way to the 5th set and had some really interesting quirks of its own as far as how the picks played out over the course of that. Some of these have been a little more one-sided, and we've gotten to see how the players use their protects and their bans in that setting. So really interesting how this is playing out so far, and it's exciting as it's going to continue to go over the course of the weekend. You see players with different skill sets and different approaches to the pool and the format as we go through. And so here we're starting out with an early hidden 2 pick from Taquito. So not going to insta-pick the Protect here, but he is going to pick a map that is well within his wheelhouse, a very, very strong hidden player. And again, your first pick, you pick something that you're good at, you establish yourself a big lead. Laser scoring is such that the gaps are often not going to be that big, so then you just have to defend it in the first pick from your opponent. And I really do think whoever wins the first map of a given set has a massive, massive advantage. But if you can steal it away, then you make things really interesting. You can flip a given set on its head in no time at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think I like, to go a little bit more in depth, I like the hidden 2 first pick from Taquito here as opposed to the hidden 3, specifically not first picking his Protect, because if you first pick your Protect, your opponent maybe goes down an insurmountable margin of victory, right? If you just absolutely crush it, FC, your opponent gets like 500k, your opponent can also just pick what your next pick might have been and say, okay, I'm not going to win this set no matter what I do, so I'm going to pick one of your maps to effectively remove it from the pool, and kind of toss this set away because it's already lost, right? The second map might not matter, so you can make a strategic decision to pick a map that you are going to lose anyway and effectively remove it from a future set, so that your opponent can't make use of it. But by not picking the Protect, you kind of get rid of that ability for Sigi in this set to be sure about what other map I think would be really, really strong. Not that I think that's necessarily going to happen in this set in particular. I do think Sigi will make this at least somewhat close, although unfortunately, I think maybe he is about to prove me wrong, as he is definitely not looking very well practiced on this AR7 hidden pick. Yeah, it's looking a little rough right now. 85 to 96 in the accuracy and already double score on Laser score as opposed to score v2. That is kind of obscene. So maybe the hidden 2 first pick actually was very, very good for that exact reason here from Taquito. I kind of explained that expecting it to not matter, but maybe it does kind of matter in this set in particular, because this hidden 2 is just absolutely it's a clean wipe from Taquito here. He's still on the full combo. He has 98 AC and Sigi has 84 and very many breaks.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, this is gonna kind of display a little bit of the strategy, I think, very early on here, because if you're Sigi, you're going to be down what looks like at least 250k, could be more than that. We'll see how the back half of this map goes for him. And so you maybe get into that realm of the throwaway pick. And, also the interesting thing with this format, I don't even want to watch the map at this point. Like, it's so far over. This is just a brutality. Like, I just want to talk about the format more, because you can think about it as only needing 3 good picks. If you can keep your opponent's picks at least close, if not even win 1 or 2 of them, as we finally see Taquito breaking his FC, all you need are 3 good picks of your own that you can win by sufficient margins to win the cumulative score in those sets. And so, if you're Taquito, you early pick this hidden 2, you're going to win this by like 300, 400k, and this set is already over. It doesn't matter what Sigi picks next, because Taquito's not going to lose it by 300,000 points. And now you only need 2 picks left, and you still have your Protect to win the match. And if you win the hidden 3 by a sizable margin, the way that the pick strategy works in this format is really interesting in that sense, in that, it's a best of 5, and you could end up playing quite a few maps, but there's also a situation where you literally only need 3 picks to win, like winning, as if you were winning a best of 11 6-0. And starting off a match with a 350k win is going to make for some interesting decisions for your opponent. Sigi probably throws away his pick, and then he needs to think, what can I win by a margin similar to this, because I might struggle this much with his Protect as I did with his first pick.
Yeah. Gonna be interesting to see. I think the problem for Sigi in this match is that Taquito is an all-rounder who also happens to specialize in this kind of low AR reading hidden gimmick stuff, right? But that doesn't mean he can't play hard rock. That doesn't mean he can't play speed. In fact, I would say his second best skill after hidden tech reading is the speed in general, especially finger control speed, high AR DT aim. So stuff like the DT1, DT2, I think are actually very good maps for Taquito generally in this pool. So, yeah, unfortunately, and I think Sigi was indeed going to try to throw away his pick and pick the hidden 3 there, asking if he can pick protected picks. So I agree with the strategy here, right?
Yeah, I would pick my opponent's protect here if I could.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get it out of the way.
I would definitely just get it out of the way right now, and because this set is over, unfortunately for Sigi. Unfortunately, he can't. So we'll see where he wants to go next. I would say the Nomad 4 is probably a good tosser in this scenario. And again, we're only saying that he should probably toss away this pick because he is already down by 400,000, right? Taquito would have to be struggling, like B rank 85 accuracy on Sigi's next pick, which for an all-rounder like Taquito just isn't going to happen on this pool. So that's why we're talking about Sigi throwing away his pick and kind of tossing out, because at least that way you can strategically remove a map from a future set for Taquito.
Yeah, and there you go. This is kind of
that's
that.
A great one.
He's picking the Lazer mod, which here is freeze frame. So Sigi, right, you're not a reading specialist. This isn't a great pick for you. He got 53rd on the Lazer mod pick in qualifiers, which was approach different bubble. So a reading gimmick, but a different kind of reading gimmick, and obviously struggled a lot with the hidden 2. So this is that strategy. Take this away. You've already lost this set, and like do the best you can on the map, but this takes it away from Taquito being able to pick it possibly, in the second or third set of the match. This is exactly the strategy you're describing, and this is exactly, I think, the strategy you would expect here. Now, I could be just completely wrong, and Taquito could have, and Sigi could have seen this for all I know, but the likelihood of that seems pretty low based on what we've seen of his skill set and what we know of his skill set in general. Not a super reading player. So again,
even when he was at peak, he wasn't really a reading player, right?
Yeah.
So. One other thing, because of how this first set has played out so far, I want to also give shouts to the strategic decision from Taquito here, not picking his protect first, picking the hidden 2 first instead, because you saw Sigi wanted to pick Taquito's protect in this same set, right? Like that was a very good strategic move. It forced Sigi to go somewhere else. That said, I think Sigi probably made the single best choice of a map to toss away in the Lazer mod flat by second. So we'll see how this goes, but I do think that this is probably a better map for Taquito than it is for Sigi. And even if Sigi wins this pick, I think Taquito will still be strong enough on this that it will not affect the outcome of the set, but we'll just have to see.
And,
okay.
You can.
Right.
Yep. Well, there we go. You can already see you down at 74 act. All right. So, so Dio, this is not even worth. Like, let's. We'll see what Taquito does on this, but this is already over. So, you're Sigi. You're throwing away this map completely. It's time for set 2. You have your protect. You're just gonna pick your protect, I assume, as the first map of the second set, and hope that you can play well enough on it that Taquito won't have a map that he can win by enough to win the second set as well for effectively free. And we're gonna start getting into the strategy of this very quickly, but I do think it's got to be that protected map as the next pick for Sigi. It's just got to be the DT2 first pick in that set. But as you were saying, like, Taquito's pretty decent at tapping and speed. So I don't know that feels as safe as it might in some matchups.
Yeah, I think this is... I think that is the trouble for Sigi, right? And I think that's also just a function of how good these players are relative to each other in year 2025, right? If this were 4 years ago, you would have thought of Sigi as one of the best tournament players in the game generally, right? Not at the level of, say, Bubbleman or Flying Tuna, but still an extremely good tournament player and one of the best in the game at that time. Nowadays in 2025, not as much, right? Taquito, meanwhile, has kind of maintained that skill level and stayed up there at the top, and that is why Sigi is in this kind of rough spot where there's not really any fantastic picks for him. There's still good picks, right? I think the DTs, the Hard Rocks generally can be good for Sigi in this matchup. But this pool and the way that Taquito has kept up with the skill ceiling and overall consistency of top-level tournament players outmatches Sigi generally right now. So that's why Sigi is in this tougher spot, right? But I think Generally speaking, the DT2, the DT3 are probably going to be better for Sigi than they are for Taquito overall. The question is just by how much, right? That's the only thing that we have to answer here at the end of this first set as we move into set number 2. And I think that's Certified Dinema with exactly how that played out, right? That was the best possible use of a D rank that I have ever seen in a tournament lobby.
Yeah, just throw away a map. Don't let your opponent pick it. Know that you're going to lose it and use that in a situation where you had effectively already lost the set on cumulative score difference. And now you go into set number 2, and as you said, you've got the DT2 and DT3 that are favored a little bit more toward you. So you pick your protect here on that tapping skill set, and you hope that your expertise is enough to maybe take that point. And also, like, shoutouts to the Lazer mod freeze frame, by the way. I know we weren't, like, talking about what was happening on that map because it didn't really matter and the players weren't really taking it. You know, Sigi got 50k on it, right? What are you going to say? But I do think that freeze frame is a super cool mod visually. It's very fun to watch. And if you see somebody who is capable of playing it, it's a really impressive thing. There was a freeze frame mod map in a community tournament that's the Lazer Community Showdown that's going on. An Australian player, Palor, P-A-L-R, was in for this particular freeze frame, and dude just killed it. And it was like the coolest thing you will ever see. And back here, Sigi is not picking his protect. He's picking Nomad 3, which is not what I anticipated here. Why are you picking finger control into Taquito? I don't understand this pick at all, quite frankly.
I kind of get it because it's not tech, it's not hidden, and Taquito is still pretty good on DTs. That said, I think I probably would have liked the Hard Rock 3 a little bit more than this, but I don't think this is necessarily a bad pick. I think Sigi can still be solid on stuff like this as well. That said, like you said, it's Taquito on the other side of the matchup. He's going to be good on this map. So the question for Sigi is really, can you generate enough score on this to offset whatever Taquito does on either Hidden 3 or Nomad 4, probably one of those two maps?
Well, we're going to find out. Now, obviously, the more experienced a tournament player you are, the more likely you are to be good at maps like this. We had this discussion in a previous match where people who play a lot of tournaments are going to be very familiar with this type of map in a way that casual Osu players probably aren't. The finger control tech, aim control, that's all stuff that you see in tournament map pools, and both of these guys have more experience than you could possibly ever imagine on these types of picks. Taquito's super well known for this. Sigi very, very solid as well. And as you said, like, if you're Sigi, you are hoping to put up a really good score on this because you need to, you realistically probably need to win this, but worst case scenario, you need to keep it very close to give yourself a chance in the set. And so far, so good through the first minute of this map. It is an FC on both sides and very similar accuracy as well. Finally, though, the first break does come from Sigi, and Taquito gonna take a little bit of a lead, as kind of anticipated. Very good on this map. Not much of a surprise to me to see both of these guys performing well on this, but especially Taquito, who, well, his clip farming on aim control and finger control stuff, I think is pretty well known throughout both tournaments and solo play.
Yeah, this is, right, like, again, this is a good score from Sigi. He's broken once so far, the entire map. It happened to be about halfway through, but with how combo scaling works in Lazer, it's not quite as important to keep the highest single number of combo possible, but rather to hold high combo for as long as possible. So it doesn't really matter. That extra trade from Taquito is going to mostly even things out, I think, as we get to the end of the map. Problem is, there's still the accuracy advantage here for Taquito, and now another break comes through for Sigi as well, and with that, the combos even out in 10 seconds left in the map. It is, in fact, going to be the win for Taquito, not by quite 100k, more like about 85k or so, but again, Taquito held combo for much longer throughout the map, had better accuracy throughout the entire map as well, and is rewarded with a victory. It's not by a huge margin, it is less than 100k, but still a decent amount of points. 100K is somewhat difficult of a lead to generate in Lazer with this scoring system. So very solid run for Taquito there, and still, again, a good play from Sigi, right? 730K on that is a great score. Unfortunately, you're up against Taquito, who is just going to be extremely good on that map as well. So now Taquito's pick, and you have your Protect still left open. You also have the Nomad 4 left open. There is potentially something like the DT1 for Taquito as well that I think he would be very strong on. It's not maybe necessarily something he likes to play, but I know in tournaments he tends to be in for Team USA, whether it's 3-digit World Cup or OWC, on very many high AR DT aim picks in particular. So that could be something we see him go to, but it is just going to be the Nomad 4 after all, saving the Protect for next round, I assume.
Yeah, I like the Nomad 4 pick for him regardless of situation. I think Taquito is, obviously long been known as one of the better tech players in the tournament scene, and this is such a traditional slider tech pick that he is very, very often put up very good scores on. You've already got an 82K lead in this set, so maybe you feel slightly less comfortable in this than you do in the Hidden 3. Just pick this here. You've got the lead. You're probably not going to lose this map by more than 82,000 points in this matchup. And again, it's just that strategy of when to use the Protect, how to judge the score line in the set. And when you're a player like Taquito, you've got a hidden aim control flow slider map. You've also got a no-mod slider tech map. It's just, pick your opponent's poison. You're not even picking your own poison. The poison specifically for Sigi. Sigi's poison. The poison specifically designed to give to Sigi. And here it's been chosen to be Nomad 4.
Where is that from again? Is that Emperor's New Groove?
Emperor's
I can't remember.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good. Cusco's poison.
Yeah, the poison is designed to give to Cusco. Yeah. Let's move into the Nomad 4. Again, I think, moving back to some more traditional strategy here, right? Taquito just wants to close out the set, right? He wants to guarantee that he gets the 2-0 lead, and so you pick a map that is good for you. Maybe not necessarily your Protect, but something that is good for you. Just close out the set. Very basic strategy. But, I mean, effective, right? You're up 2-0. You're going to win probably both maps in this set as well for a 4-0 map score. So, looking pretty good for Taquito right now. We'll just have to see if he can convert on what looks to be a good pick.
Yeah, he'd have to struggle a lot more with this map than I really anticipate a player of his caliber struggling for Sigi to come back in this one. There's kind of the one longer difficult, Ki section here that we'll be getting into shortly, and then there's the even more difficult one, arguably, at the end with the challenging slider patterns. Taquito would have to really struggle with either one, if not both of those, in order to have any chance of Taquito. We're just going to combine their names for any chance of Sigi to make a comeback. So we'll see what happens here. There's definitely places to break. There's definitely spots that can be challenging for both of these guys, but 82K score to make up. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be in the cards here for Sigi, but he started off well, both players holding the full combo into the first drop. Let's see how this plays out for them. The work is cut out for Sigi, but in the past he's proven himself capable of putting up some crazy scores. He's going to need one here.
I think if there's anywhere where you're going to generate a large score lead on this map, it is by hitting this section and your opponent missing. Just keep an eye out. Sigi has to hold, Taquito has to break during this section for a win on this map to be likely. There's the break for Taquito. Sigi now, can you hold through the rest of this section? Can you not drop the slider breaks in a section that is so ridiculously easy to slider break on? The stacked slider burst in this section can be really, really difficult to hold through. And there's finally a miss on one of the sliders. It's a miss-aim on one of the fast sliders afterwards. And now the accuracy lead back the way of Taquito, the combo lead back the way of Taquito, and the score eventually to even out and go back over to his side. Probably not by a huge margin, given the accuracy and combo leads he has right now, but to eventually go back his way. And Sigi holding combo there, not finding those last couple of misses right at the end of that section might have, almost certainly would have been enough to win this map, but just not quite there for him.
That was a really unfortunate break. Sigi looked pretty solid coming through most of that section. Just not able to hold on, and now it's going to be Taquito off to the races a little bit. Does finally take the lead back over. That combo is going to build its way up. Accuracy lead in his favor. 82,000 points from the previous map in his favor. And now it's just going to be a matter of seeing what player can hit the challenging portion of the end of this map. It's not going to be Sigi, unfortunately, who does find the break. Taquito as well, actually, so both missing in that build-up, but it is really irrelevant now, unfortunately, with only 30 seconds at the very end left of the map. It's just going to be for show here, as Taquito has long since done enough to take this second set here. Will he be able to close this out in style? Can he FC the ending, cheesing his way through the circle sliders? That's okay, buddy. We don't blame you. I understand. Following those is for insane people only. And
he is following them, I will point out. So.
Yeah, but he's also missing.
He's also breaking. Yeah,
he's also breaking, whereas Taquito was holding. And at the end of things, it's going to be 58k score victory for Taquito on the map, 141k score victory on the 2-map cumulative score in the set 2 victory. 2-0 goes Taquito. It'll be set 3 coming up next, and his Protect still out there to try to take a massive lead and really shut the door on Sigi quickly in this matchup.
Well, Taquito with the next pick after winning on the Nomad 4. You have to imagine it's going to be the Hidden 3, and there it is. The Will Stetson English version song here, mapped by Flake. This is, as we've seen quite a lot throughout LGA so far this weekend, a very multi-skill set sort of map. Primarily flow aim, but a little finger control, a little aim control, a little slider tech, a little reading, all kind of thrown in for this sort of general hidden non-mechanics sort of experience, right? It's not necessarily a gimmick map. There's not a particular gimmick to the map. It's not particularly a tech map. It's not really an alt map. It's mostly flow aim, but there's a lot of other stuff going on at the same time. So it's more kind of a general non-mechanics hidden mod consistency test across a wide variety of skill sets.
And everything you have just said simply screams Taquito, right? Hidden preference mod player, incredibly good at aim control and tapping control and tech. It is about as right up his alley as it gets. You know, when you're looking through a map pool and thinking about players, you'll often see a pick here and there that you go, oh, this is an XYZ player map. And I looked at this in this pool and I was like, man, this is a Taquito map. So let's see how he can perform on it, because this is an opportunity for him to build another big lead with the first pick in this set, much the same way he did on the Hidden 2 in the first set. Gonna see if he can do the same thing here again. Sigi, though, starting off much better this time than he did on that Hidden 2, and keeping it close in the early goings. This is very short, right? Just over 2 minutes long. So the longer you can combo, the better chance you have of keeping it a tight one. But there's the break, and now let's see what Taquito is capable of. 99 axe still, FC still intact, and the lead over 30k at the 40-second mark of the pick.
Another couple of breaks come through, both for Sigi and Taquito there on the back and forth slider jumps, but still going to favor Taquito as another break comes through for Sigi, another miss as well afterwards, and a 65,000 score lead for Taquito. Will find another couple of drops himself as well, but up nearly 2% in accuracy, and with both players struggling to get a huge combo together, that 65,000 score lead is going to be pretty solid throughout the rest of this map. We are about halfway through now, a little over that halfway mark, and it is still that advantage for Taquito now by closer to 75,000, but it's not a huge lead, right? 75k is very doable, especially on a DT map, if that is indeed where Sigi decides to go next. So this score lead for Taquito, you want to increase that a little bit more, maybe up over 100k if possible, into the stream section there. Both of them hitting it, no issues whatsoever. Score lead's still going up generally, just a little slowly for Taquito. I think mostly off the accuracy, but that miss is going to bump it right on over 100k. Sigi finding a miss right near the end of the map, last 25 seconds or so, and Taquito holding strong, and that is going to bring this score lead up into truly dangerous territory for Sigi.
Yeah, Taquito did exactly what you said he needed to in the late stages of this map. He held onto his combo, he held onto the accuracy, and what was initially a 70,000 point lead ballooned up to 165k by the time it was all said and done. And you pick your protect here if you're Sigi, which is that DT2, because you're, you're on your last life. Yeah, this is essentially match point. And even then, unfortunately, I feel that Taquito may have done enough on that pick. Even if he can't win the pick outright, I don't know that he's going to be giving up 165k to Sigi on any single map in this pool. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to see this match extended out to at least one more set. But the way that it's going so far, that appears a little bit unlikely. Pretty confident it's going to be that DT2. You don't protect something. Well, this could have been a ban protect, I guess, but in this matchup, I don't know how great an idea that was. I guess I didn't really think about that as a possibility. It could be a ban, like the ban protect. But if that's the case, I don't know necessarily what you even pick here if you're CG.
I kind of like the DT3 a little more just because knowing Taquito's strengths on speed, I think DT2 is better for him than DT3. That said, I also don't know Sigi's strengths on speed all too well. That said, he is asking his opponent for any fun ideas for a last map.
Oh,
so I don't know quite how locked in he is right now on trying to pick the best possible map. You got Nomad 1, Hard Rock 3, and the DT pool left open, man. Personal opinion, Hard Rock 3 maybe? We haven't seen much of that Hard Rock 3 throughout the weekend so far, so might be nice to see something that we haven't seen a lot of so far this weekend. If you do want to go for just for fun last pick, if you are truly not locked in, but we'll see where he wants to go. And Taquito just says DT2, so we will probably end up just seeing the DT2 here.
DT1 though, Sigi's like, no, you're wrong. I don't actually want to play the DT2. So that does confirm that the DT2 was like the protect used as a ban strategy.
Yeah, maybe.
Because was not picked. So we're gonna go DT1. So it's going to be Hole Dwelling, which is a map that we have seen a fair amount of. 1.35 rate up on this one. 130 to 2, which is I think 260. I'm pretty sure it's just double BPM. Air 10.3. Vertical jumps that make their way horizontally across the screen. And if that makes sense to you, then I am very proud of your ability to understand my discussion of what a map is like.
Yeah, it's a Melon Boy aim map. It's mostly comfortable aim. There's a couple awkward patterns here and there. It's a lot of pattern-focused aim in general. But the fun thing about this map is that it's not necessarily patterns for the specific jumps themselves, but more a map-wide pattern of tons of vertical jumps going horizontally across the screen. As you play the jump pattern, the pattern itself kind of shifts horizontally as opposed to, back and forth left-right jumps. You get up-down jumps that kind of move across the screen, which is very cool. It's a little weird, but very, very cool map. And at 1.35x, this is more like 260-ish BPM rather than the BPM on screen, 96.5. I believe it is that higher BPM.
Yeah, the stats on screen are Nomad. The downside of Lazer mods with like rate changes and stuff is that it just doesn't get calculated quite right by the overlay. So you are gonna see some good old pitfalls of the form of the Lazer use in that fashion. But yeah, it's technically speaking, it's 7.4 stars, 130 BPM, air 10.3, OD 9.98. So keep that all in mind. Stats on screen are just kind of are just chilling, man. And also chilling are the players who are on relatively similar combo and accuracy, with Sigi leading in both regards. Unfortunately, he's got 165k to try to make up and has only gotten about 25,000 of that back through the first third of the map. Long road in front of him to try to make this happen. Needs a lot of help.
Yeah, although it is going pretty well so far, right? Still on the Phil combo.
You had to say it. You had to say it.
Look, man, ain't my fault that he's down match point and needed to FC to win. Taquito now with the combo lead. Now, soon to be the score lead as well. The accuracy lead also on his side, just barely. Not by a ton, but just barely. And yeah, it's looking a little grim here for Sigi, unfortunately. And even more unfortunately, I suppose, is the fact that this tournament in round of 32 and round of 16 here, week 1 of the tournament, is all single elimination. So this is potentially the last map for Sigi. Not even the loser's bracket awaits, just elimination if you lose here in week 1. So, and that is looking to be the case here. Reverse choke still intact for Taquito right now as we get into the 1/3 slider jump section here. And Taquito still going strong. No issues with that part of the map whatsoever. Again, just has to not lose by 166,000 points. So doesn't even have to win this map. Just needs to not lose by a pretty decent margin. And will take the set, will take victory. Clean 3-0 set sweep, regardless of whether he wins or loses this map, as long as it's not by a huge margin.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty safe to say he's not going to be losing this by a huge margin, as he is still holding on to the reverse choke 1,200 combo and 70,000 score lead. So we can start to look ahead a little bit, I think, here for Taquito. Sigi will unfortunately be cast into the endless pit of darkness and despair that is the bottom side of a single elimination. There's nothing there. There's no safety net for you. You were just unceremoniously deposited outside of the tournament once more, on the outside looking in. Taquito gonna take this. He's gonna await the winner of the match going on simultaneously. Conveniently enough, the two matches that are going on right now feed into each other. So it's gonna be Taquito to take on either Arj or Juan Dario, which is currently at 2-1. Juan Dario did take set 3 in that to avoid the sweep, so they're on into set 4. As we will see who can win that to get to the honor of facing Taquito in the next round. That should be a pretty fun matchup. This has been a pretty interesting matchup strategically. Unfortunately for Sigi, it's just a matter of Taquito being, quite frankly, better at the game at this point in time and showing it off on multiple maps and multiple skill sets.
Yeah, and I think you know, there's a pretty decent jump up to the average score that you get for some of these higher seeded players, right? In the qualifiers, Taquito's average score was higher by 100,000 points than Sigi's, and that kind of an average score gap is pretty tough to overcome, all things considered, right? Sometimes it is doable, but it's far more doable if you're about seed 22 and up, is where that starts to be a lot more doable for upsets. And funny enough, that is also
our one upset
that we had, the one upset that we have had so far. So unfortunately for Sigi, below that line, your average score is just low enough that
you must be this tall. You must be this tall to ride this ride, looking ass.
Exactly. And unfortunately for Sigi, not tall enough on any of the maps. A clean, not only 3-0 set sweep, but 6-0 map sweep for Taquito against Sigi here. This time actually a map sweep, as opposed to the fake one that I called out by mistake earlier on in the broadcast earlier today. But that is it for now. Unfortunately, as we've talked about, Sigi is going to be eliminated from the tournament. Taquito eliminating him moves on to match 18 in the round of 16. That is tomorrow, and that is going to be versus, once again, either Arj or Juan Dario, now known as Namoe and Juan Dario. And that match currently ongoing over on OS Live 2. So we are going to send you over there, I believe, for now. Although we do have a couple of other matches coming up very shortly here. Another one at 17 UTC, Decaton versus Emesetic. That is seed 16 versus 17, also on OS Live 2. And then Serbia Trucker versus Rudge, seed 13 versus 20 here on OS Live. So those two matches starting up in 20 minutes. Going to be very, very fun to watch, I think, for both of those matches. And of course, in the meantime, go ahead and check out Namoe versus Juan Dario, also Arj versus Juan Dario for those two name changes. Thanks everyone for watching. I've been Dio, he's been T1G, and we will see you back here in 20 minutes or so for the next couple of matches.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the round of 32 for the Lazer Grand Arena. It is a pleasure to be here with you all. We have, hopefully coming up very soon, a really exciting match. Serbia Trucker 13 versus Rudge. Of course, it's best not to go alone in these situations. Joining me for this ever so lovely match is the wonderful Lightning. How are you doing? Welcome to Osu Live.
Hello, I'm glad to be here. Hello, Demarsh. Hello, chat. Yeah, Serbia Trucker versus Rudge. Both players doing quite well in their qualifiers. Both players do have a few overlapping skill sets in this map pool as well. Before we start though, I do believe that we should probably explain the format. We already have the map set in, but if you would do me a favor, Demarsh, you could probably explain the format quite well.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of changes from last year. The bracket stage is how we kick things off, but it starts as single elimination. So only if you can make it to the top 8 or the quarterfinals will you make it to that double elimination bracket, which means we get a lot more matches tightly condensed, but it means everything's to play for in these early rounds. And then obviously we do have a more unique ban phase as well. We're introducing Protects into the open rank tournament. So how it's going to work is high seed will ban second, and the low seed or the team blue will be banning first, which you probably have already started to see. DT3 coming out from Rudge, and then the response of Hidden 2 coming out from Serbia Trucker. Then they'll go through their protects and then go into the second round of bans, and then we will start off with a different range of maps. Alternating between the players. So we're going with a ABBA style format for the map picks, and if we get all the way to the end with no real decider, then it will come down to that Osu original that we talked about.
Yep, that is very true. And also something to note though is that the match itself is going to consist of sets. Whoever gets the most score on the best cumulative score on the entire set will win the set. The first two will win 3 sets, is going to win the entire match. The way sets work is going to be the first pick basically from the lower seed, if I recall correctly, and then the second pick from the higher seed. So far, what we have is we have a DT3 ban coming in from Rudge, Hidden 2 ban from Serbia Trucker, waiting for the protects from the players respectively. We do see Hidden 3 being protected, which makes sense. Rudge got quite a good score on Hidden 1 on qualifiers. And Serbia Trucker, not so much, but yeah, this protect does make sense.
Yeah, it does. A lot of potential for Rudge on that sort of techie style Hidden, very well known for it. And now it's kind of up to Serbia Trucker. You know, we noticed that was against the Hidden, but Rudge is scared of some of those DT maps. You know, you've got the Mad Pyro Laughs in DT2, an interesting protect. Still got one more set of bans to come through, so it will be interesting to see where his protect will go. He might want to go for something more consistent though in the Nomad pool as well.
I do think we will probably going to see either DT1 or DT2, as Serbia Trucker did get a pretty good score on the qualifiers. He got seed number 5 on DT1 and seed number 2 on DT2 respectively, so a pretty good performance from Serbia Trucker out there. Also something to note as well is that Hidden 3, this stage is going to be more focused on like this alternate BPM. It's a collab between Flake and Moth, which probably will tell you a lot about this. The map is really well made, and I'm glad we're going to see this as a protect from Rudge. Meanwhile, we are still going to be waiting for the protect from the... Okay, yeah. So we have a ban instead from Rudge on DT1. I might have not seen the protect from Serbia Trucker. If you could remind me, what was that?
I think I missed it as well. I'm not sure if there was an issue on our end. Oh, it was the... Was it the Lazer mod, potentially? Flat by seconds? Maybe our production can fill us in on that one. But at the moment, we go with what we see. Hard Rock 1 coming in from Serbia Trucker on the ban, along with the double DT1 ban from Rudge.
both of these out of the way, only the speed map left on DT2 for Serbia Trucker to use to his advantage, as we also have a laser mod as well. The laser mod in this one is going to be freeze frame, which, if you're unaware of how freeze frame works, is basically the entire pattern, the entire combo is going to pop. For example, if the entire combo has like 13 notes or 13 sliders, it's going to show the first 13, and then it's going to not show anything coming after that. It's basically a little bit of a gimmick and a reading mod, so those who are good at reading and gimmick will probably be favored on that one. If, however, you are unaware and you probably did not practice the map, then freeze frame is going to be really difficult to play. But by the looks of it, we have Lazer Mod 1 coming in already from Serbia Trucker. Freeze frame once again, I am excited to see, and to see how the players will perform on this one, Demarsh.
Yeah, freeze frame, really fun. Absolutely love this as a pick and as a laser enjoyer myself. Yeah, so essentially it is like unbelievably stacked reading. Anyone who's seen this mod used, you're in. Oh, sorry, anyone who hasn't seen this mod used, you're in for a treat, because it is essentially a reading haven for the right player. Takes a lot of the elements that we see in, you know, typically what we'd class as hitting maps, you know, very reading heavy, and it basically turns every map into that. So it's gonna be great.
Pretty much.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Thankfully, though, the map is mapped by Kirgister, so you're gonna have a lot of linear patterns, which makes this map quite bearable, as thankfully the nodes are not gonna be too far ahead from each other, which will help with the rating tremendously on this one. Still waiting for the players to get the ratings in. A reminder, this is a pick from Serbia Trucker, who is probably going to be favored. We did see them play, both of them play Hidden 2 on the qualifier stage, both of them doing quite well, with Serbia Trucker getting seed number 25, and Raj being a little lower, but still doing well in that regard, as we are still going to be waiting for this Lazer Mod 1 to start. I'm excited, Demarsh, because freeze frame, we haven't really seen it much, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the older player as well, in the tournament, which we do have a few of. As you can see, look at these. You are reading entire patterns here. So it's not just the individual notes that show up. It is the whole length of it. Yeah, the entire combo. So, and Rudge instantly going, nope, this isn't me. I don't like this.
Oh yeah, this is a fantastic start here from Rudge. A lot of misses dropped already. 60% accuracy. Meanwhile, Serbia Trucker is doing quite well, finding their first break earlier on, but showing great levels of familiarity with this map. Missing quite a bit as well, but getting a significantly better score in comparison, as he already has 200,000, still growing, while Rudge is trying his best to find something on this map, not happening yet, as we can see the frustration with the cursor. But oh well, I guess Serbia Trucker did prepare for this match, and they did prepare quite well for this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much a practice and you shall be rewarded for your efforts style map. You know, it has bore fruit here, because Serbia Trucker, well, not FCing or doing anything too crazy on this map. Accuracy-wise, it's night and day compared to Rudge on the other side, which is okay. You know, practicing and being good at every map in a pool like this, especially with how versatile the laser mod is going to be in this tournament, is very hard to adapt to. And not everyone's going to be able to be good at everything. But if you are good at it and you are able to practice it, I mean, look at it. What a perfect first pick for Serbia Trucker here.
Yeah, basically an annihilation of Rudge on this Lazer mod. I do remember freeze frame being played in a few community tournaments for Lazer, and a few players got traumatized with this mod, especially if you're not familiar with it, or if you didn't practice it. which can clearly be seen here by Rudge not being able to find any combos, sadly. But it is what it is when it comes to freeze frame. You're either really good at it and you have managed to remember and memorize the map, practicing it quite well, but by the looks of it, Serbia Trucker, that is a pretty confident first pick from him, getting 545,000 score in comparison to Rudge's 26,000. Good pick for him.
Yeah, very solid stuff. As we had a slight tech issue there, which we are currently working our way through. So do bear with us as we attempt to bring this match back to you. But it will be Rudge's pick, and we've just seen the protect from Serbia Trucker used straight away, not wasting any time trying to pick up this first set. So will we see the alternative? Will we see Rudge now pick something that Serbia Trucker is going to really struggle on? I mean, look at that score difference. 518,000 score needs to be made up by the end of this set. I mean, that is a big loss. And anyway, so he might just decide to throw this set away and focus on the second set. In all honesty,
the best idea here in this regard, because obviously this massive difference of 520,000 is you'd have to pick a map that Serbia Trucker is not able to play. But looking at the map pool, I'm pretty sure and I'm pretty confident that there's not going to be a single map where Serbia Trucker will get 20,000 score or maybe even lower. So either you're gonna try to like strategize about this and try to like throw this set and focus on your own map pick later on, or you can try your best and FC a map, hoping that Serbia Trucker will falter, which is a possibility. But we do see a Hard Rock 2 being picked here from Rudge. Not his Protect, which was hidden free if I recall correctly, so a Hard Rock 2 pick, a Hyper Precision map, CS 7.8 map by Taikani. Basically not as long as you would want it to be, but obviously the CS 7.8, this makes this map a nightmare. Probably one of the hardest maps in the pool as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, very tough map this. You're gonna find a lot with this map, that especially with the element of the precise aim requirement. You know, it's not a very long map, which I think a lot of players are thankful for. I know precision maps that go on for a very long time, very tough on the consistency and the aim strain. But I mean, it is still 7.8. We are talking highly precise notes for this one. So people will not have a fun time on this if you don't enjoy real precise aim elements.
That is true. And something also to note here is that on the qualifiers, both Rudge and Serbia Trucker were actually neighbors in their seedings. Rudge got seed number 18, Serbia Trucker got seed number 19 as well. So potentially this could be a pretty close map, but considering the massive difference for Lazer Mod 1, which we saw from Serbia Trucker, it feels like this is probably going to be one of the picks that Rudge is hoping to just throw away and focus on the next set, which is definitely a possibility, as we are slowly going to be transitioning into the map shortly.
Yeah, not sure if we had an issue with the mods there. Again, especially for a lot of our refs, the current multiplayer lobby system is not as refined, I would say, as it is in OSU standard tournaments, which is what most people are more familiar with. We don't have a lot of IRC commands, which is what we normally use to control matches. In this situation, a lot of the refs are having to control the client manually and use a lot of finding and picking out mods specifically. So this will be a frequent issue with reffing these matches. So do bear with us while we work through these issues.
While we are having this issues, Marsh, what do you think of this matchup in particular, and who do you think is going to come out on top, or is the favorite to win this match?
I think, in all honesty, what you're going to find with this match is how well Serbia Trucker, because you can already see that the chances of him losing this first set is very, very low at this point. All he has to do is match Rudge and not allow him to run away with an FC, and he should probably get this in the bag. What Rudge needs to focus on is second and third set, really bringing that back and picking out some key maps. Serbia Trucker's just got to try and keep up. If they've got one more heavily practiced map, which there is still a couple of open ones. You know, you've got like Blob Dash, we floating in space, very devious Panda style map, which is flow stream, but you know, devious Panda known for his uniqueness as well as maybe the rhythm finger control. If Serbia Truckers practice those maps very heavily, could be very advantageous, but I think at the moment the ball is in Serbia Truckers' court because this first set feels over already, and we've not even got into the second map.
Yep, finally loading into the second map now. Hard Rock 2 on our screens, as we can already see the CS on this map. 7.8 with Hard Rock, 6 with Nomad. Serbia Trucker fighting an early miss here, but nothing too crazy yet, as the accuracy department is looking good for him in comparison by 3%. Also, Rudge finding an early break as well, still getting used to this precision CS.
Yeah, massive adjustment for this style of map. Both players struggling though, early stage. Serbia Trucker setting into a bit of a rhythm now. Good accuracy, does drop a little bit of it there though. Rudge now back in the fight. Remember, it's not necessarily about combo. Yes, the misses do impact your score, but if your opponent's struggling with the accuracy on it, this is only OD9, but you can imagine on an OD10 style map, you can still pull out a victory just by maintaining accuracy in slider ends.
Yeah, and so far the accuracy and the combo advantage is on Rudge's side. Both of the players trading their combos now, but still the accuracy is on Rudge's board. A few misses coming in from him as the advantage is slowly shifting towards the left though, but still it's minimal. It's 2,000 and it's slowly going. But the combos are still there. Slight recovery here from Rudge and another miss from Serbia Trucker, giving him a little bit of the breathing room. This is going to be really close here for now, as we are about halfway into the map now. No one able to find the combo, with the first KI being over.
Yeah, it's not a very lengthy map either. This one, like I said, 2 minutes 46, but not a lot of combo in there either. A lot of changing sliders that really slow down the map, lower the amount of combo available. It's a very slow-paced song. So both players at the point with a bit of combo now. So a drop here from either player, especially if it's Rudge, will leave him vulnerable. Accuracy is so dead even right now, slightly favored to Rudge, but it's within the decimal. So little time left. We're down to 40 seconds left of this map. Who's gonna better perform on the ending here?
Here it comes, the slide position here. Slow parts are slowly going away. The jumps are getting higher spaced. And here it comes, the first miss coming in from Serbia Trucker. This one might kill him, but Rudge does trade not that long after, which still retains the advantage for him. 10,000, 9,000, a few 50s dropped here, but 10,000 difference here as the map is slowly coming to its very end. It's going to come down to accuracy 7,000. By the looks of it, Rudge is probably going to be taking this one to himself, but not the set though, as the difference on Lazer Mod 1 gives the point to Serbia Trucker.
Yeah, the difference between that Lazer mod was far too high. I mean, you are talking a near FC from Rudge there. Nowhere near enough of what was required, but we expected that. That was very much a do-or-die situation.
And here comes the second set, still waiting for... It's going to be the Rudge's pick now, and I feel like he's probably going to pick Hidden Free, his Protect. We have mentioned this map prior. There is also the possibility of picking Nomad 1 as well. Potentially, Rudge got a really good score in Nomad 1 on the qualifiers, getting seed number 1. However, it's gonna be Serbia Truckers' is it? I think it's Raj's turn, right, to pick. Because as far as I recall, it's gonna be ABBA.
I am waiting on the ref's decision because I believe the players are playing with no fail in that situation, and they were not supposed to be in that situation from what I'm hearing.
Yep, and here it comes the hidden one pick. Also does make sense. This map, hidden one, also a pretty solid hidden one. A custom map by Celiac, mostly focused on awkward aim and awkward aim in its entirety. The jumps are high. The AR is a little low, which is a perfect hidden one in all regards. But yes, a hidden one pick from Raj does make sense. Probably going to be waiting on this one as we are still figuring the issues with the no fail on the previous map.
Yes, so going over to hidden one. Very awkward aim. Definitely something Raj is going to be favored on. You can imagine, especially like you mentioned, with the Nomad 1 being the high BPM aim. This again plays very much into Raj being one of the strongest aim players in the game right now.
That is true, and also a hidden one from the qualifiers as well. Obviously, granted that hidden one on the qualifiers was a different map, but still, Raj got seed number 16, and Serbia Trucker got seed number 24, which also shows the comfort that Raj has with hidden, and so far, it's looking quite good for him. A slight advantage here from the intro. The accuracy is a little better in comparison to Serbia Trucker, but both players still retaining their FCs going into the slow part.
Yeah, again, the qualifiers is very much more density aim, whereas this is far more focused on its awkwardness. You'll see a lot of back and forths and stop-start jumps. So cursor control really key on this sort of thing. As well as uncomfortable cursor movements as well. You're snapping and then not snapping. And you'll see a lot of this in the KI time here, as we get to some of the more wide-angle jumps as well. And at the moment, Raj not doing so hot right here, as combo from Serbia Trucker looking dangerous, but there it goes.
But Raj does trade the combo though. Still the match is going to be on Serbia Trucker's side. The accuracy looking really good for Raj though. It's going to be the saving grace for the UK player, as Serbia Trucker was still... Oh, never mind though. He does find a miss on the slow section, which gives Raj an opening to get that score on his board. 18th out of the match is slowly going towards the right though, as Raj keeps holding on the combo. The slow part is still ongoing and a perfect opportunity for him to take it. But this may all get crumbling as we are transitioning into the first KI though, but Serbia Trucker is going to be the one to miss the transition to the second KI now. Halfway into the map, more misses from Serbia Trucker, but Raj retains the combo, looking especially comfortable with these jumps, hitting all of them. The jumps are high, the jumps are there. AR 9.1 also not helping the situation, but Raj, a complete masterclass on the second KI now, still retaining the combo and showing the jumps are now extremely high, finally missing. A Serbia Trucker does hold on to the combo on the KI flash.
It's a massive shift in positions now. Going into that second KI, Serbia Trucker did have the lead, but it's now struggling with the miscount. It's starting to get awfully high. Now that Raj is still slightly ahead. There is enough time. We've seen that Serbia Trucker can build combo on a map like this. So it's going to be who recovers better, but Raj holds the advantage now. The accuracy and the combo in favor as we go into some of these square linear 1-2s. And Raj drops, but does Serbia Trucker trade it up?
Jumps are still here. The jumps are absolutely massive, but still Serbia Trucker keeps holding on. 12,000 difference here, slowly going towards the left. 20 seconds left into the map now. Serbia Trucker, can he do it? It's slowly going towards the left though. There is still time for this, but Rudge needs to miss as well, and Serbia Trucker needs to hold on. A slight recovery from Rudge, saving him for now. 6,000 to 5,000. It's slowly going.
That's a miss!
He does
He
miss
flips!
again. Serbia Trucker is getting there, but he does find a miss though. 2,000 score here. Still going, and Serbia Trucker steals this map away from Rudge at the very end.
Brutal for Rudge. He doesn't quite get enough.
Those misses at the end on the last GI. It's been misses upon misses from Rudge, but Serbia Trucker perseveres, finding the combo amidst the chaos and showing how to steal your opponent's picks, as this was extremely close as well. 3,000 difference and a map going towards Serbia Trucker, but still, there is his pick, and he needs to perform on that one as well if he wants to take the set. But for now, the momentum is definitely on his side.
But it's not over. And the Serbia Trucker now got to pick a map that he's confident in. Nomad 3 was picked when Serbia Trucker thought it was there, and it looks like it's going on again. So we're going to be seeing unfolding coming up now.
Here comes custom, not a custom map actually, a map from Bot though, but a pretty interesting map as well. It does have a lot of aim control elements, but on a slightly higher BPM. If I recall correctly, this map is around 170 BPM, 182 actually, so there's a lot of aim control in this one. Also, some sliders are really high slider velocity. It's a really interesting pick here from Nomad, for Nomad 3, and it does favor Serbia Trucker on paper. However, Rudge is also going to be looking quite good on this map, and what do you think about this pick, Damarsh?
I think it's going to come down to how well Serbia Trucker has practiced this. I definitely think a rhythm finger control is not something I'd necessarily associate with Rudge being one of the best of. Very good, more of a slider tech style player than necessarily finger control heavy. I mean, you've seen a lot of the DTs get banned out from Rudge, particularly the aim and sort of stamina style maps. But something like this is... It's very tough to call if Rudge can play. If Rudge can play this, Serbia Trucker is going to be in a lot of trouble. But I'm not sure whether this is one of Rudge's best.
Oh, definitely, Rina. Here comes the map is slowly starting. Slide advantage here from Rudge early on. The map is very short though, 1 minute and 58 seconds long, so every single combo and every single miss is gonna matter. And by the looks of it, the first one to drop the combo is gonna be Rudge, as Serbia Trucker still retains the FC with a pretty good accuracy as well, 98.2% in comparison to Rudge's 96, as the map basically just doesn't stop. It just keeps on going. It's the same intensity, slowly more intensifying more on the key eyes, but it's extremely difficult, and the rhythms on this one is gonna be quite a tricky one as well.
Yeah, there comes the miss though from Serbia Trucker. So, you know, we're nearly halfway through this map already. It's only 1:58. And Rudge has got some dangerous combo right now. Accuracy not that far behind, so combo will play a significant part in this. And there comes another miss, and suddenly Rudge now in the lead on this map, attaining a massive combo in the process.
Does find a miss though, as soon as you mentioned that. Serbia Trucker on the recovery. Another miss from Rudge helps Serbia Trucker's situation tremendously, as the aim control sections are still there. The rhythm is also there, finally finding a miss, as Rudge is now going to be the highest combo here between these two players, as the combo is still there. A few 50s and a few misses here coming in from the players throughout this map, but still it's all going to come down to this last quarter, as the map doesn't stop. And here it comes, the accuracy and the combo slowly helping the score lead shift towards Rudge's favor.
Oh, but that big miss there drops Rudge's score right back. And with 15 seconds of the map, I don't think there's going to be enough time. Rudge needed 3k more than Serbia Trucker coming out the tail end of this one, and he's going to be down another 20k by the time one's over. Serbia Trucker, beautiful ending to the second set, finds that second pick, much needed, and we'll go up 2-0 on the set count.
Good try from Ruch, though, on both of these maps. It was a really close call on this set, especially in comparison to the first one, on Laser Mod 1 especially. Nice try from him, but it's now time to slowly try and come back to this match. Still, the momentum is on Serbia's Trucker side, especially since it's going to be their pick now. And with their pick, they can definitely try and close it out already with a sweep, but Ruch, he still has a few maps he might have a good try on, as we are waiting for a Nomad 2, and here it comes, the Devious Panda Nomad 2 that you've been talking about. It's obviously flow, but as you've mentioned, this one has a lot of other extra elements to it. This was a perennial 2024 custom map by Devious Panda. A lot of aim control in this one as well as obviously flow aim, 190 BPM. Definitely a map that is quite hard, and the SR on this one is also extremely deceiving. This might seem like a 7.2 SR map, but this is extremely hard, and we are already going into Nomad 2 without any waits. We're not waiting for this one.
Yeah, again, very short map. I've noticed this trend that these players don't really want to be picking into maps longer than the sort of 3-minute range. So another short one for us. And let's see how well these two will perform. Both finding misses early on, but the accuracy is very much in favor of Serbia Trucker at the moment. 3% in favor, in fact. Early on, not going to make a massive difference, but everything's starting to even out a little bit. Let's see how good their flow is and how good their tapping is. It's only 190, so it should feel very comfortable for the players, but anything can happen in a tournament setting.
Here comes the first build up here, more aim control and more weird flow coming in, and both players still hitting the pattern, still feeling quite good, but it's going to come down to the first miss. Few hundreds here coming in, but the Raj does miss, and also a miss from Serbia Trucker, trading it out with a slight combo advantage for Raj, with the accuracy being extremely close for both of these players.
Yeah, tight-knit matchup for this one, but it's more disastrous for Serbia Trucker. You know, you want to see a bigger score margin, knowing that Rudge is picking next and is gonna pick something that's really comfortable for him. So you want to see a little bit more. Yeah, give it a bit more. But there comes a miss from Rudge. Good opportunity for Serbia Trucker to establish a much larger lead here. He's running away with the combo.
He is indeed running away. A few slow parts here and there, a few misses coming in from Rudge. That one is gonna hurt a lot. That one does sting as Serbia Trucker retains a massive combo advantage. Here comes the second QI though. This is where it might shift. And here comes a miss from Serbia Trucker. Rudge still holding on. This is an opportunity to come back in for this Nomad 2. Everything is in his hands to potentially steal the map from Serbia Trucker. Another miss from Serbia Trucker, but traded by Rudge immediately. No comeback opportunities yet, but it still might change on this QI as the flow is still ongoing. 26,000 advantage here for Serbia Trucker as both players are stabilizing with their combo.
And Rudge trying to find a foothold. It's 20k and falling, but it's not falling very fast. A miss from Serbia Trucker, though, is going to open the door down to 10k. Can he establish a lead the last 13 seconds of the map? Quite possibly. Very little time. But that's good enough.
It is good enough. The combo is there. It's going to be the last spinner. I don't think it's enough, though.
No. Real even scores here. Look at that. 2.4k in favor of Serbia Trucker going into Rudge's pick. That's good for him. That's a really good position to be in for Rudge.
Indeed. Barely any difference here. 2.4k difference is very minimal, and with the correct pick, this can go Rudge's way. And we did mention Nomad 1 prior, where Rudge got seed number 2 on the qualifiers, and suddenly you also have a protect from Rudge, but he's going for Hard Rock Free instead. This is going to be your snap alternate map. Map by vv2461209887. A lot of really flow patterns on this one as well. The overall movement on this one is also quite interesting, but the main idea is the alternate, is this map is going to be around 130 BPM. Also some light precision as well, as the CS on this one is going to be 5.9. Definitely a Hard Rock Free and definitely a snap aim on this one.
Yeah, again, kind of touching up on that CS 5.9. You know, you got it's very light on its precision elements, but it is worth noting that it is more so than you would see on, say, you know, a more typical Hard Rock 1 or Hard Rock 3. So there is that element that's going to stack on top of, like you mentioned, the alternating style of this map. A lot of notes built in together to cause devastation. And the first miss actually coming out from Rudge there early on, as Soviet Trucker sets off the gate beautifully, still holding 99 out.
Not the best miss that you want to see on your potentially last pick of your match, and so far Serbia Trucker using this miss happily as he still retains the FC and a massive combo accuracy advantage for a 1%, 99.4% accuracy for him as the FC is still on the way. The map is also going to be quite short indeed, 2 minutes and 40 seconds long, so the combo that he's holding is definitely going to help him a lot. 26 out of the match here as Raj is trying his best to recover on the slow part, but this is all going to change on the KIs potentially. A few 1-6 patterns here on this map, scattered throughout the map, and another miss from Raj. This one hurts especially as Serbia Trucker is still on the FC with 99.6% accuracy, absolutely decimating the map and not even giving Raj a chance on his own pick. This is not looking good for Raj at all, especially with another miss. Serbia Trucker is in the flow for this one.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about elimination from the tournament here if Rudge is unsuccessful. Remember, single elimination rules. Rudge now trailing by over 100,000, which is massive in this format. His accuracy is finally stabilized, but Serbia Trucker just hasn't missed. Without that miss coming in, Rudge cannot chase this. And time is running out. We're down to just 40 seconds, Lightning.
Exactly, this is almost over. As long as Serbia Trucker, if he misses, then Raj might have a chance, but the combo is still there. There's no chances to be given. There is not even a concept of a miss for this guy, but finally finding a slider break here, losing his combo, but the advantage of 165,000 as there's only 20 seconds left into the match. This is not possible for Raj to come back. We've probably seen a disconnect here for the last GI, but oh well, Serbia Trucker is going to be taking this match with a sweep 3-0 with a massive score of about 80,000, maybe even going to 900,000 on this Hard Rock Free. What a massive step up when you need him. And Serbia Trucker does take the map.
Yeah, unfortunate situation to be in, but Serbia Trucker has a clean sweep of the sets. He goes up 3-0, knocking Rudge out of the tournament. A big surprise, in all honesty. Rudge, I think, only really having one map where he was ahead on the score difference. Serbia Trucker just shut that down beautifully from set 1.
100% agreed, but something to also mention here is the fact that so many maps were extremely close and this could have gone either way on a few of these. Nomad 2 being 2,500 advantage for Serbia Trucker, hidden one as well. But with this one, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be saying our goodbyes for this match. Casting this one for you was Leiden and Damarsh, and we are going to see you in 20 minutes for the next match, which is going to be Riot and Musty. Welcome back to Lazer Grand Arena 2025, coming in with a round of 32 match with Riot versus Musty. A pretty interesting match as Riot got placed at seed number 7. Musty also doing quite well on qualifiers, squeezing in, but still being matched up against Riot. Casting this match for you is Leiden and Damarsh. Hello, Damarsh.
Hello, everybody. Good to be here. Yes, very much looking forward to this. We decided, you know what? I'm going to get a head start, get a jump start on this match, because there's a lot more to talk about. And this is Lazer Grand Arena. We've changed the format. We've made it brand new. Take us into it, Leiden.
Yep, definitely. So if you talk about the format, we have a higher seeded team. In this case, it's the red team and a blue seeded player on obviously blue team. The way it works is that we have introduced Protect also into Lazer Grand Arena, and there's going to be a phase of bans and Protect. The way it starts is that the lower seed is going to start off with the ban of their own, and there's going to be a ban from the red team. The Protect's coming in right after that, and then yet another ban for both of the players, and then the picks itself, the maps itself, are going to be in the ABBA order. It's going to be mostly divided into sets. Basically, how it works is that the player who's got the highest cumulative score within the set is going to take the set to themselves, and whoever wins 3 sets is going to win the entire match.
Yeah, so just think of each of those little grey boxes as an individual set. So if we get to set 5, we actually play 3 maps, including that Osu original. So really, it's just the first person to 3 sets, which could be as early as 6 maps. Well, would be as early as 6 maps. So as long as you have a higher cumulative score at the end of the second map in each set, you will take that set home with you. And you can keep that. That's all yours. Put that in your back pocket. Show your friends. Show your family. That's all it's about.
Pretty much, and we probably, by the looks of it, are already at the ban stage. I haven't seen the first round of Protect, but here we are. A ban of DT2 from Musty and a ban of Hidden 2 from Riot. I was actually surprised to see Hidden 2 here as a ban, as I feel like a Lazer mod could also have been a potential good option for Riot to ban, but also not bad. And I thought the same with DT2 and DT3. These maps are kind of like both favored towards either Riot or Musty, so an interesting choice here from the players. But now getting into another round of Protects, what do you think we are going to see once more, Damarsh?
Well, we had some thoughts about this. So Riot has actually opted to ban the Hidden 2 Machine Love, which is the sort of AR7 hidden map. That leads me to believe that either Riot feels a little bit confident on that Lazer mod, which of course in this round is freeze frame. So I'm wondering whether Musty has caught on to that, because they've opted to protect No Mod 4 instead. Now, Musty being a much older player, you'd kind of assume would go for that Lazer mod, flat by second, KTG style map, but hasn't in this case.
Yeah, also considering the qualifier seedings as well, Musty did get a higher seeding in comparison to Riot on the Hidden 2, on the low AR reading map, and Lazer mod is definitely one of those maps that does test your reading and gimmick capabilities to a max. The way freeze frame works on the Lazer mod is basically you're gonna be given a set of basically an entire pattern. The entire combo is gonna be shown as it approaches, and then another combo is gonna pop out of after you hit the first one. It sounds easy on paper, but it's tremendously hard on in practice. But we are gonna be waiting for another Protect from Riot, I feel like. Then they did protect DT3 from what I recall, so makes sense. DT3 gonna be one of those maps that is and we see a Hidden 3 from Musty.
Yeah, Musty has the first ban in this situation, because Riot will be picking the very first map. So Hidden 3 from Musty, interesting choice. You know, especially considering Riot banned the Hidden 2, but I think that's more to do with the reading elements of the map rather than necessarily Hidden itself. And of course, this being sort of tech flow hybrid, You know, it's much more modern style mapping, and you know, Riot's got a good handle on that sort of thing. Whereas Hard Rock 2 also makes a lot of sense. Very precision style map, very much reminiscent of older maps that you don't really see nowadays, especially at 7.8. An understandable ban.
7.8 CS is absolutely brutal, but we do see a pick already from Riot. DT3, this is going to be your 240 BPM stamina. The map picks up and doesn't stop, it just goes on to test that mechanics, and on paper, Riot does have a massive advantage over Musty on this one, especially considering the performance of Musty on the qualifiers. Mechanics on DT1 and DT2, both of these maps, they got a pretty lower seed of number 48 and 51 respectively. So in that case, I feel like Riot should be taking this one quite confidently, but it all depends on how Musty will perform on this in general, because there is a possibility that if they perform well on this DT3, then they might not have to try as hard on their own pick. This can still go towards their way, but DT3 on paper should go towards Riot.
I mean, this is the thing, right? With this set style format where you just play 2 maps and it's all about score difference, the player picking first has such a massive advantage in the first set that the second player really has to try and focus on. I mean, look at this. This is exactly what we expected to see. Lightning, we talked about this, didn't we, before the match started, about how we felt that Pupa was going to be very Riot favored going into this one. So I'm not really surprised to see such a massive score difference already.
Yeah, this is 120,000. The map has barely started. Granted, the map is very short, so there's a little bit of that. About 1/3 of the map now already gone, but Riot is absolutely decimating this map, not giving Musty any chances, as Musty's trying his best to hold on to the combo and the accuracy, but the FC from Riot and 10% accuracy difference is making wonders on this one. Day and night difference between both of these players, as Riot is destroying Musty on this DT3.
Yeah, it's not really a contest at this point. Musty holding their own, but yeah, it's not like Musty's necessarily bad at this sort of thing compared to the average player, but this is Riot's bread and butter. Very dense. Anything tapping focused, you know Riot's just gonna love. And it's running Riot on this map. Hasn't found a miss. Go on, son, all the way. 900k. Take your full combo, sir.
Ooh, here comes the full combo. And yes, he does FC 98.42% FC from him. As
no, it was a 1 miss. I lie. We lie. We lie. We know nothing.
It happened.
It
was an early miss. Reverse choke. We can consider this as an FC. You know, we didn't see the miss. It was in the beginning, so maybe probably an FC. But oh well. Given the difference, though, it's going to be Musty's turn to pick, and the 480,000 score deficit is going to be hard to play around, so they might try their best to either focus on the next sets or try to find a map where they're gonna have a much bigger difference than that. And I feel like the first option is probably gonna be a little more appealing in comparison.
Yeah, it really depends how Musty wants to play this out, because there's a lot of strategy you can build into this. Like, okay, Riot's shown their hand, so maybe I'm not going to pick something that's too heavily favored in my hand. Maybe I'll use the opportunity to get rid of something that I don't want to see in set 2 or set 3. Just let Riot have this set, and I'll pick it up in the next set. There's a lot of strategy that can go into this, which I'd be really interested to see how it goes when players kind of tap into that. Because I've seen a lot, especially in the round of 32 players, they're just trying to pick up their strong maps and try and gain back that score advantage, but I'm not sure where that's where the secret lies in this sort of format. I think very much taking advantage of using the fact that you can just drop the set straight away and pick it up later. You can kind of shift the map pool into how you want it to look.
I love the reaction from Riot on the Lazer mod being picked. It perfectly encapsulates the reaction of a few players for freeze frame. We've talked about it prior, the way it basically goes for the entire combo as an approach. It's gonna show you the first combo until it starts off with a new combo, so entire patterns are gonna be there, and it's gonna be definitely extremely hard to read, especially if you haven't practiced the map, but I guess we'll see whether Musty or Riot have practiced the map.
Yeah, I mean, I saw them discussing it earlier. I think Riot was #1 on the Lazer mod in the qualifiers.
Yeah, they were. I'm not sure whether it was freeze frame though. Let me take a look at that.
It was not. I can't remember. I think it was a mix of mods, but despite that, we did see a good, solid score from Musty on that as well. So both players looking good on the Lazer mod, both being quite comfortable. So I assume they've put the same level of practice into this map.
Here it starts. A few early misses here from the players. Musty, not the greatest start. Already finding a few misses here and there. 30,000 difference already as the Lazer mod does not spare him whatsoever on his own pick. Not the misses that you want to see, especially since it's your own pick, and a lot of chain misses as well, and this is what I'm talking about. This is the patterns that I was talking. It's extremely hard to read, and it does not spare you at all. Another miss from Riot as well, and more misses from Musty, and the difference of 90,000. This is... I feel like Lazer mod is one of those maps, especially freeze frame. Either you play it or you not play it, basically.
You can see so much variety week to week that you can take a map that is fairly well known and really throw in some horrible elements that just make it feel like a completely different map. This is a perfect example of this. You know, Flat by Second, a lot of players will have been exposed to this map, especially someone like Musty. But at the same time, it's not the same map that you're used to. You know, it's like slapping the easy mod on, but with more precision elements. You know, it's still the same KTG map, but you know, you're reading entire pattern chains at the same time. It's horrible, and I love it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Lazer does add a lot of flavor when it comes to this, and freeze frame in particular does add a lot of opportunities for the maps to be played, but so far, so good for Riot. A massive difference of 290,000 as Musty is struggling to find any combo, and the accuracy in that regard too, as there is basically a 20% accuracy deficit for Musty, and Riot is going to be running away with it as the map is slowly coming to its end. Not the best pick for Musty, but now is probably going to be the chance to recover, as Riot is going to be taking the first set with a pretty good fashion. 480,000 difference on his own pick and 369 on his opponent's pick. Let's see how it goes for Musty on the second set.
But this is what you have to remember, Lightning, is that that's only 1 point. That's only one set. We've still got another few sets, and to be honest, Riot's best map was picked in the same set that he was already nearly 500k in advantage of, so he really hasn't gained that much of an advantage. He's actually lost that pick, really, because he now can't pick it in the second, the third, or any other future sets. So that is a clever strategy from Musty here. So we may find that this next pick is something Musty is a lot more comfortable on.
Yeah, and he needs to think. We did see no one for Protect here from Musty. Self-Destruct being one of the maps that focuses a lot on slider tech, and the slider tech on that one does slap quite a bit, as basically as the map has been nominated for a few awards. And here it comes, Nomad for Self-Destruct, map by Pocket. A few of these players are probably going to be aware and familiar with this map, but for those who do not know, this map has been not only in Lazer spotlights not that long ago, but also #2 Grand Award for Mapper's Choice Awards 2023. A brilliant work from both Pocket and Collison, with especially the slider design, and the map focuses a lot on them throughout, especially on the first and second KI. Those are going to be also the most difficult parts of the map. one at 30%, the other one near the end, and I guess we are gonna see whether Musty is ready, because this map, self-destruct, I feel like both Riot and Musty are gonna be feeling quite good on this Nomad 4.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how well Riot kind of reacts to this. Early misses, well, early miss mainly from Riot, but accuracy drop for Musty. Gonna keep this one quite even out of the gate. But like you said, very unique slider patterns, a lot to digest in this map. You know, we talked about it earlier, you're very much kind of reacting to a lot of this stuff. But it is a very well-known map, you know, it is recommended as a very good map, but both players finding misses now, but accuracy very much still in Riot's favor.
Indeed, and so is the combo with a few misses here coming in from Musty. A slight slow part here with the slider. It's basically going to be a slow part up until that KI that I've mentioned earlier, and by the looks of it, Riot is having a good advantage here on this one so far. 15,000 and growing, especially with the accuracy and the combo lead. It's going more towards the left as the time goes on, but it all might change on the KI. Slight build up here. It's still not the KI that we were talking about, still not the pinnacle of this map, but we do see a miss from Musty, though not something that you want to see, especially on the slower parts of this map, especially on your own pick. This is not supposed to go this way, but if Riot finds a miss, then maybe this might be worth it for Musty.
Yeah, I mean, Riot got such a massive accuracy and combo lead right now. You know, once you start pushing that 50k barrier, especially in terms of Lazer scoring, remember, it's not the same as standard scoring where combo plays such a massive impact on your score overall. It's accuracy heavy in this format, and Musty right now is trailing by over 2%, which is heavily reflected in the scores right now, but the combo as well. I mean, he is literally running away with it right now. I'm avoiding using the same Riot joke twice in one match.
I get it, but yeah, he does find a miss though, but still the KI is still ongoing to hard combo here for Musty. An opportunity to come back, but not anymore though, as he does find a miss as well. Both of the players dropping quite a bit of their accuracy as the KI is now over. Riot coming out on top from this scramble, getting a 77,000 advantage with the combo and accuracy advantage on his side. This is not something that you want to see if you're rooting for Musty, but a massive and a really great opportunity for Riot to take his opponent's pick right here and right now. Slow part for now. The combos are still intact. And here comes the slight build up. A few more of these 1-4 kick sliders coming in. Still the advantage is set on Riot. 87,000 and growing as the time goes on. The time is ticking. The time is off essence for both of these players. More build-ups here. Musty does find a miss, but Riot is still unfazed as the map just continues to go on and does not let go.
I mean, it's such a hard position for Musty to come back from, really. In all honesty, it was such a massive combo lead for Riot at that point of the map that, you know, even now the accuracies are starting to even out a little bit. I mean, the combo does play an impact. You know, don't think that it is purely accuracy based, this scoring system. Combo does play a role. It's just not as significant as we'd maybe see in the original V2 format.
Yes, but by the looks of it, Riot takes his opponent's pick with a pretty nice fashion here. Almost 200,000 lead for him, and now it's going to be his own turn to pick. But the best map that he had at DT3 now out of the way, is he going to pick Nomad 2, or is he going to go with DT1 still on that mechanics trail? Or are we going to see something like Nomad 3 or more aim maps, which are also a possibility, as Riot did do quite well on the aim, but we do see Nomad 2 instead. Once again, a perennial 2024 custom song and a map by Devious Panda. Does have a lot of flow aim and aim control elements to it, 190 BPM. The hardest part of this map is definitely gonna be the aim control, as with 190 BPM streams, having to also control your cursor with a lot of aim control elements is definitely extremely brutal. And I guess, what do you think of this one, Damarsh?
What? No Mod 2? Great Riot pick. End of story. Just a great Riot pick. That's it. That's all that's all I can really comment on. No, Riot has picked well here. Very much well known for his flow aim ability and overall tapping consistency. So Musty facing the uphill battle here, but I don't think that's really too much of a surprise. But Musty can play this as well, so those miscounts may come into effect, and the first one is Musty's, I'm afraid.
On the accuracy as well, accuracy disadvantage for him, more than 3% as Riot keeps on building up that accuracy, and also another miss coming in from Musty with a few act drops here as well. But so far, so good for Riot, and Musty trying his best to recover, also hoping to see more act breaks and combo breaks from Riot, but suddenly finds one himself. With a few, stabilizing the accuracy though, as the accuracy is looking increasingly closer with each passing second, but still the combo is playing a massive role here. Does find a miss though, Riot finally giving an opportunity for Musty to come back, especially with the combo being extremely close and the accuracy also on basically a little bit on the Riot side, but still extremely close as well.
Yeah, it's not decisively one-sided at this point, but a massive combo from Riot is going to help him along in these early stages. But if Musty can mount some form of combat, it's got the accuracy behind him to really do something with it. But it's going to be a long trawl back up the ladder, and there it goes from Musty.
Riot does trade though, and an opportunity is still in his hands. The accuracy is basically that same for both of these players. It's all gonna come down to combo, and the last guy is still a minute left into the map now, and here it comes up, and Ki, who is gonna come out on top on this one. The accuracy and the combo extremely similar. It's gonna be neck and neck, toe to toe, as the players continue hitting the patterns. A few act misses, and the misses from Musty as well, not helping his situation. It is running away 66,000 and going higher for himself as Musty finds another miss. It is looking this. He's trying his best, but Riot, a stone and a brick wall, a massive obstacle, and not even having a as he keeps on delivering on this Nomad 2.
What a beautiful finish for Riot. Will take the score lead, add it to what he already had, and picks up that second set. Bad news for Musty. Tried to go all in at the start of the second set, but it hasn't worked out. The Nomad 4 not being enough for Musty to overpower Riot in the early stage bracket. But let's see if set number 3 can offer us any change. DT1 to start us out, and already it doesn't look Musty favored. We call this DT, but it's actually a rate changed version of DT, so it's not your standard 1.5. We're tapping into that 1.35 DT speed, but it's actually not speed, sorry, I tell a lie. It is aim, of course. Very DT aim heavy map.
Yep, exactly, and that map should be favored on paper for Riot, but once again, this is going to be around 260 BPM aim, unless it's mapped in 1/3. Mapped by Melon Boy as well, quite a well-known mapper in that regard, and I feel like if Riot has the ability to pop off on these maps, he did do really well on all of these maps. Not dropping and not giving Musty a chance on any of them with a score lead of more than 100,000 on almost all of them, and even higher. And now his own pick, DT1. Here it comes.
Yeah, so again, there's 6 still a lot of the boxes that you'd expect from a more traditional DT1, you know, still got that 10.3 DT aim. But obviously it's on a map that is normally a little bit harder than what you'd see in the more traditional DT1. So it's a good blend and good mix of different elements here. And look, it's very fast, very snappy. Both them do very well, though.
Indeed, the combos are still there, but the accuracy not so much for Musty yet, as Riot retains a 4% accuracy advantage so far. Looking quite good on the slow part, but on this map you can basically miss even on the slow part anywhere. And the map being quite long, about 4 minutes long with a 1.3 modifier, is telling something with this one. Combos do matter, and the accuracy matters even more on this one, and Riot does find a few act drops on the slow section. Moving into the first KI now, that's where the jumps pop off, and that's where they get bigger, as the advantage is still retained by Riot, but both players holding on to the FCs and both players having a pretty good accuracy so far.
Oh, both of them, though. Nearly get caught out by the slow slider as the map briefly slows down for building back up again. And like you said, it is still Riot favored, but, I mean, the potential for Musty with a miss coming in from Riot now opens the door. We've still got a long way to go in this map. Still well over, I think, nearly 2 minutes now of this map remaining, and a massive combo lead for Musty. Yes, the accuracy will play a part, but Musty can still run away with this. Actually have a score lead going into the second map. Despite...
I think it's one of the first times.
Yeah, one of the first times we're seeing that. But there comes the miss. Drops the combo right before the KI time as well.
Yeah, that one is gonna sting a lot, but still the advantage is now back on Riot's terms. Back on his home turf, 300 combo for him, and growing, especially with that accuracy lead of more than 3%. Still helping him tremendously with this one. Halfway into the map now, as Riot continues to... Does miss, though, as Musty is going to be the one with the highest combo. Does have an opportunity to come back from this.
Yeah, but again, accuracy gonna hold that back, gonna limit it very, very much. But look, you can see it. Musty has already done it once in this map. Pulled the score back. It's only 10 to 11k right now. And with accuracy drops coming in from Riot. But there's the miss again, and Musty back to square one. Riot. Now, look how fast this map is. This is insane. This is so quick. So unbelievable right now.
Exactly, and the combo advantage is still on Riot's side. A 200 combo for him so far. 30,000 difference in the score. Last guy in full swing. A few hundred dropped for him, but still the advantage is still there. The combo and the accuracy, all two elements on his side, especially as the map is slowly coming to its finish. But he does find a miss, though, traded immediately by Riot, by Musty, and with that 40,000 still left, as the Riot is probably going to be trying his best to close this out, slowly coming towards its very end. And now it looks like, as the map slowly calms down, as the fog sets, Riot is going to be coming out on top on this DT1.
Yeah, but it's not massive. That's the thing to remember. Musty's done really well to keep the score honestly that close between the two of them. You know, only 48k, that is chaseable. You know, a bad Riot performance on the next map could still leave Musty in a position to pick up a set. It's not out of reach.
Indeed, and the question is, what are you gonna pick if you're Musty in this situation? Nomad 4 not going your way, Lazer mod also not going your way either. And you have an opportunity to finally come back into this match and finally set the momentum on your side, but with those maps now out of the way, what do you have? A possibility for a hidden one opens up, possibility for Nomad 3 also there. Same with Hard Rock 3. I'm looking at this 3 maps and I feel like those are probably going to be more Musty favored. However, anything could happen at this point, and Musty, he needs to get that advantage on his side to finally close it out and get the first set on the board to have a chance. And we do see a Nomad 3 being picked, a rhythm control, old heavy, finger control map, which is going to be quite short as well, 1 minute and 58 seconds long, a custom map from Bob, and definitely one of the maps to look out for. Quite difficult, and technically, I feel like this is probably the best shot Musty has in comparison to any other map left in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. I thought Musty was going straight in with Divine Ordeal, a Hard Rock 1, just to not track this match out, but kind of force own selective tiebreaker. That was my thought. But yeah, like you said, very finger control heavy. Definitely something that Musty could tap into. But you know, Riot, very prolific sort of DT style player, got a lot of those elements honed down, so this finger control style isn't going to trip him up too much unless the reading element plays a part. You know, you got a lot of overstacking here, which is going to cause potential issues, but at the moment Musty holds that slight lead. Never mind.
Not anymore though. He does find a miss though. That happens. It's fine, but oh well. Riot now on the lead with the FC and the combo advantage, the combo and accuracy advantage on his side, 30,000 and growing. The map being very short means that miss from Musty is gonna hurt him a lot as Riot continues to hold on to his combo, getting that shift even more towards the left as the time goes on. And another miss from Riot does not help, from Musty does not help the situation at all. And finally, Riot does find a miss, but the damage has been done. 70,000, still slowly going towards the right now, but the accuracy advantage for Riot is helping him to stay afloat as the map goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it is 70,000 and we're well over halfway through the map. I don't see a way for Musty to come back into this without a massive combo and accuracy improvement. It's just too far behind. Riot has brought it down to like 57k, but unless Riot finds another miss here, and it's Musty who falls instead, and that is going to put the final nail in that coffin.
Yeah, there was a 48,000 score deficit that Musty should have closed and try to get this back, bring this towards another set, but sadly, as the map is slowly calming down with its patterns, as the map is slowly fading out, the winner is clear. It's gonna be Riot for this one, coming out on top on every single map in this matchup, popping off and not giving Musty a chance on any of these maps. And even then, Musty did quite well. It was quite a close call on both Nomad 2 and DT1, and if the maps kept on going, then Musty could have maybe found a map and a possibility to cling on to, but what happened is happened, and Riot, what a nice performance from him, Damarsh.
Yeah, Riot really solid. You know, 6 maps played, 6 maps won the score advantage on. You know, not really much that Musty could do. Did play clever with the Lazer mod one, throwing that map away and taking away a potential pick from Riot, but again, it's that same situation of it doesn't matter unless you can start picking up the maps, if you can start winning those score differences, and unfortunately it just wasn't there for Musty on the day. So we do say goodbye to Musty. Remember, round of 32 is single elimination. Only if you can make it to the top 8 will you qualify for the double elimination bracket.
Yeah, and with that, I feel like we are going to be saying our goodbyes with this match. We have another one coming up in 26 minutes, Raf GPO versus Xylus. Make sure to stay tuned for this one, and it's going to be Leiden and Damarsh. We have... Thank you everyone for joining, and see you in 26 minutes.
to stop. I like that, and even get going. Never mind, surely you're really good into this.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Laser Grand Arena, round of 32. We keep on going, match after match, hour after hour. We keep bringing you the content. This time, Raf GPO versus Xylus. A highly anticipated match, actually. One of the more exciting ones of the round of 32. And it's all to play for. Single elimination. One of these guys is going out at this early in the tournament. Crazy stuff. Joining me for this amazing matchup is going to be the ever so wonderful Lazer. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing pretty good. Woke up pretty recently. Hard at work on a couple things. But yeah, I mean, like you said, I think this should be one of the more interesting ones to watch. I think most notably, I mean, Xylus probably does not really belong at the seed he ended up at. So, you know, pretty hard matchup here for FGPO. You know, in relation to other players in that seeding range here. So it's going to be interesting to see if, I don't know, we're kind of just assuming that Xylus just didn't really practice or like try for the qualifiers, because a lot of people did them pretty last minute. So should be interesting here to see, you know, if there's practice going on into it this time, or if it's going to be more of the same. To be honest, a lot of this pool I think is pretty possible without practice. Maybe except the laser mod map. That one's been pretty polarizing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I definitely think that because you saw a wide variety of people. I think Malice is like one of the biggest examples of where you had. I think you had like 18 tries on across the 12 maps, but some people only used 12, and I'm fairly sure Xylus was one of those people that was just like, yeah, I'm gonna play everything once, and that's it.
This should also be one of the last couple of matches where we have players in the first round still. I think there are 4 remaining, including this one. Everyone else has already played, so they're going to be playing their next match tomorrow for the most part. So yeah, a couple players left to be seen. And some pretty big names, actually, coming up for the remainder of the matches today as well. So pretty good day coming up here. I mean, I guess you kind of see on the screen as well. We have this match. We have, of course, Malashevsky. I think a lot of people are going to be interested to watch how Malashevsky plays on Laser. Not sure if we've seen that before. We have Schwartz as well, Luna's Tabby, and Flamesy Tier as well. I think that a lot of people are going to be interested in watching. So, but yeah, for now we've got this, and I mean, so far, it's been pretty hard, I think, to see if there's much strategy going on with the draft from a viewer perspective. But talking to a lot of the players so far, there definitely has been a lot just going behind the scenes on how the players, you know, are choosing to approach these matches with the sets and all that, and how it ends up mattering. So curious to see if we see anything interesting from these players, because I think on paper this is a fairly close matchup, right? Even in terms of skill sets.
Yeah, a lot of overlapping stuff. I mean, you know, you'll both know Raf and Xylus for being very heavy on sort of flow aim style maps, very DT, you know, speed oriented players. So it'd be curious to see how they kind of apply the strategy of this, because we saw it especially in the last match with in the Musty match, where Musty was straight up down from the first pick and just went, I'm going to take one of your maps away, and picked into it and basically just isolated that pick. So if there are particular stuff, like we know Xylus is quite a strong hidden player, so you know, if especially in the second set, if he starts picking into those hidden maps, you may find Raf may respond to that and also pick those same style maps to get them out of the way and not give up the advantage. Essentially, it'd be really interesting to see how they play this out.
Yeah, there was one pretty interesting scenario that came up last night in the Imilbus versus Jackson match, where Imilbus opted to use their Protect as a third ban, but if the match goes on to the third set, you still have to play that map. There's no other maps to pick, so you still eventually have to play the map that you use as a ban, essentially. So you have to really think about when to use that, because you are going to need to use it eventually if the match goes on. So Right off the gate here, though, we're going to be seeing Hidden 2 and Hard Rock 2 banned. I would say those actually make quite a lot of sense when you think about both of these players' skill sets. Xylis not super well known to be good at like the low AR stuff, but probably a decent advantage there to be found. So
yeah, and I think RAF GPO's top score in qualifiers was the sort of Hard Rock 2 Precision style map. Because it was a bit different. I think this the qualifier was more flow, whereas this one is really much heavier on the precision style side. So probably doesn't favour Silas quite so much, which again explains the ban from him. So very standard ones coming in there. The laser mod protect from Xylis there.
interesting.
Bodes well.
Maybe we have played the pool this time.
Maybe. And then the DT1 from a RAF GPO, again, not really surprising. But again, potentially something Silas can play. But from seeing people play this map, it's very much either you can or you can't with the sort of aim mechanics on this one. And then rounding things off, no mod 1 ban from Xylis. Again, very aim-focused ban.
And Hard Rock 3 as a first pick as well, pretty similar to that map. This is just some aim. It's just some alt aim. I'm actually quite surprised at how much we've seen. How should I say this? The presence of the laser mod pick, you know, as a pick or not, or as a ban, or as a counter pick, like a throwaway pick and whatnot. It's been there quite a lot in a lot of matches. I'm quite surprised to see it nearly as much, because I mean, usually this is essentially just replacing what like a gimmick slot would be doing here, right? So I think just compared to just having a regular gimmick map, there's been a lot more interaction with it with this format, so that's been pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see that people are like kind of banking on whether people are practicing it or not. Because if you're not practicing it, you can use it as a, like you said, a straight up throwaway. Or if you are practicing it, is a pretty good anchor to your skill set that others just may not bother with. But yeah, getting into this Hard Rock 3, like you said, light precision ult. It's not your sort of standard 5.2 CS. It's, you know, it's 5.9, so it is gonna feel more like a precision map. That's because it's over the top.
Yeah, there's something really interesting going on with the flow of this map. It's very, very, very unconventional. It almost feels like it's always rotating, but it's sometimes it resets at weird times and stuff. So it's a very unconventional type of map to aim, even though you know, like the aim in this is quite simple otherwise. Just a weird combination of like flow patterns in this. I'm sure you can kind of tell in this section. Pretty odd pick here, but we've seen a lot of players be able to keep up with this quite well. And I mean, so far, it's interesting that Xylis is winning by this much though, just from accuracy. And RAF GPO only at 94 on this right now. Already a 60k difference, pretty much just from that alone at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Both of them really doing insanely well on this, but like you said, the early accuracy drops. It's been on certain patterns for RAF, and now I think he's just trying to keep the combo and hope that Xylis is going to trip up, but Xylis surprisingly comfy on this. This is not something I would have necessarily picked for Xylis, but there comes the miss from RAF. And now I think Xylis has open reign to really run away with this map. There's a miss though. Does break it up. So it's going to slow it down a little bit, but I mean, it's already 130k. I don't think there's any catching up for RAF at this stage.
Yeah, this lead is very large at this point.
Both players still trying to get a feel on this, but it's actually my first time seeing the lowest seeded player really picking up the first map. But like you said, it is, I think, an unfortunate situation for Raf to be put up against.
I don't know if there's a lower seeded player in this match. I mean, I think it's always it's going to be pretty hard to play against Zealous. I think no matter what, seed matchup you're really going to have here for that. Oh.
Did we have a boo-boo there?
Yes, the screens were flipped. That was actually Raf GPO popping off.
Oh, that makes more sense. That makes so much more sense. I was like, Silas can play this?
Huh. Yeah, one of the quirks with some of the workarounds we have to do to get Lazer to work, I suppose. Sometimes it's on the wrong side. Okay. Well, that makes more sense now.
Yeah.
As a first pick, I wouldn't really pass it either of these players to really doing particularly better or worse on this type of map, right? I could see both of them having both of those scores at different points and stuff, but especially on Lazer when something that's getting lower AC is sometimes to be expected, depending on how comfortable people are on it, or maybe sometimes people are just not used to the differences in the setup and stuff like that. So it's not too uncommon to see like a normally really good player just suddenly have a lower AC and stuff. But yeah, Raf GPO then going in with that one with a 138k lead, which is pretty large. That's also kind of been something to get used to. Just the difference in Lazer scoring in itself, right? Overall, the differences in score is a lot lower than you'd be used to on stable. Like, you're never really going to see something over 200, 300k. Just because the baseline score that people are getting is so much higher. So, well, on stable, I think you might look at this and be like, oh, that's actually not that bad. 138k, that's possible. This is pretty big on Lazer so far from what we've seen. You really need a major advantage to get that kind of lead. So Xylas going to be looking to immediately use the protected pick here to try to match that. So that should be pretty interesting. This map has been quite polarizing so far as well. I mean, just the amount of people that have told me that, oh, this is either way too easy or way too hard or impossible. So this should be pretty interesting to see if Xylas believes in this pick here and if Raf GPO can keep up.
Yeah, it's funny because I have seen some really good scores on this, in the 500-600Ks. But again, yeah, I think to really hit that kind of upper echelon that I would expect, it's a much more uphill battle, especially when you get into these more note-heavy patterns. Like this kind of stuff's quite comfortable for a lot of people, but it really quickly gets out of hand. But so far, you've got a one-sided affair, I'm afraid. Xylas has indeed practiced the pull. More specifically, this map, as he looks far more comfortable than Raf in this situation. And that does not bode well for the score difference. As it's over 200k. This is so one-sided. I mean, Xylas is making mistakes. Very hard to keep up with a lot of this stuff. Especially when the nodes kind of overlap, you really can't see necessarily all the numbers that you're trying to read at the same time. But they can flow pretty nicely into one another. But at the moment, it is just A one-sided affair for Team Xylus right here. Absolutely running away with it.
I love watching that part. It's actually so satisfying with this mod.
When you're in a situation where you don't get a practice this, it really is just like a doom and gloom when you have to play this, right? It's just just being forced to sit through like kind of like a bit of an easy map.
Yeah, quite simply, I mean, you'll never have an experience like this on stable, right? Like a map like this, you just have to sit down and learn. Not even just the map, but the mod as well. Like you have to learn to read so differently. So maybe some well-researched pick here from Xylus. Pretty large, you know, perhaps the largest score gap we'll be seeing for a while on that map. Safe to say the 138k that was there before, not much of a problem when this is your answer to it.
So he has actually managed to get the first. Is break set the right word? Does that work?
I don't know. We haven't really coined a name for these things yet. Sure, we can call them we can call it a break set.
A break set. We're going with it. We're running with it.
To Hidden 3 now. I mean, definitely a map that I would put Xylus in on as being pretty comfortable on. Probably not a 500k advantage on this one, but definitely in his favor for sure.
Yeah, it'd be a strong style at the gate, I think, for Xylus. I'm not too sure on how well Raf's going to play on this. I don't think he's necessarily going to struggle as much as we saw on the Lazer Mod 1, but maybe he can throw up a surprise. Does have the accuracy early on. Xylus running into difficulties, or are they flipped again? What are these hit sounds? What's going on? There's so many random sounds used in this song.
You'll be surprised to hear not all of those are hit sounds. That's actually just the song. In fact, most of them are actually just a song.
Oh my god.
Yes, that metal pipe is in the song. I don't have your answers though. Don't ask.
Don't ask. Yeah, we actually saw for quite a while there, Raf holding the lead, but has now dropped it, mainly due to Xylus kind of going crazy on the combo. But maybe there's still some time to claw some of this back.
There's a really important part in this. Before the last Ki, that has a really difficult section to keep your combo through. So if any of them get there with a combo, I think it's going to be pretty impactful whether they hit it or not, but looks like they keep breaking back and forth, so maybe no major opportunity to find an advantage there, but should be coming up pretty soon at the end of this.
So there goes the combo for Raf.
And they both hit it, okay.
Of course.
Yeah, those wiggles though, really finding Ref GPO. I think this is the third time we've seen a miss there. Pretty tough to hit there. The last one is not... How should I say that? It's not in line at all. Like, you definitely have to go out of your way to hit the last note of that wiggle, so... I think someone who's a lot more comfortable on hidden and able to do that without really thinking about it as much is going to find a big advantage there. So, Xylus here coming in with a pretty large score gap on this there. 171,000. Now that is hard to match unless you have another pick like the Lazer Mod one, you know, in favor of Ref GPO, but I don't think that's going to exist on this pool. So a bit of a, I don't know. This is pretty hard to come back from. I think if you're in Ref GPO, you might be looking to maybe throw away this set and save your better pick for later, but we'll have to see what they choose to opt for.
Yeah, because it does put a bit of pressure on Raf to just throw this set away. But it does mean that you have to pick something that you can make up 171,000, so it might just be better maybe to take out perhaps the hidden one maybe, and just get that out of the way so he isn't going to play hidden anymore, but he's going to go into the Nomad 2. Interesting.
Yeah, I think for RafGPO here, probably, I mean, they protected DT1, and then they possibly have an advantage on a Hard Rock 1, I would say. So if they're looking to, you know, come back into this, I think they'll have to go down 0-2 on this set, and then possibly save those 2 picks for the next 2 sets, essentially, I think. Everything else, I think, Xylas can match or has advantage on. So it's a bit of a tricky situation to be here, in here. But we'll see. Maybe there's a major advantage to be found on this. I mean, typically Xylas on Nomad, I think I wouldn't really call it a weakness, but definitely not a strong point, especially on a map like this, where Xylas would definitely prefer to have hidden, I think. So we'll have to see, you know, on the cut stream map like this one, how that ends up going.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the other point is that, I mean, both of them had very similar scores on the Aether Realm Nomad 2 from the qualifiers, so it is a fairly contested pick, I think. Even though the skills are slightly different from what we're testing, but
I think definitely borders on a lot more tech than like mechanics.
Definitely, yeah. It's similar, but it's not the same. So it's kind of hard to predict. But big accuracy drop from Xylas early on gives Raf a bit of a lead, but both of them still on combo. That's the most critical point at the moment. But Xylas dropping a lot of hundreds at the end of some of these streams. Start to put him behind. Oh, big accuracy drops from Xylas. It's just letting Raf sneak ahead further and further with a little bit more score every single time it happens.
Yeah, that's gonna add up.
Oh, what a big miss from Xylas. That's gonna make it 10 times worse.
Okay, this is actually looking pretty good now. I mean, I see it. I think you might be able to find 170k here if RafGPO keeps going at this pace. I don't think the map particularly gets much easier or harder as well, right? So, I mean, if Xylas is going to keep dropping accuracy so much on some of those patterns just to try to keep combo, that doesn't tend to reward you so much on Lazer when accuracy is so much more important, right? So, it's building up slowly.
Oh, there goes Raf at 85. He gets shut down. And Xylas now actually with a bit of combo as well to pull some of that back. So it's still not going to be enough. 50 seconds left of the map? I don't know. If Xylas drops the combo here, maybe Raf can start pulling some of it away, but it's going away from him at the moment, which is not what you want.
Yeah, gonna find a drop again on Xylas' side, but there's just too much to be recovering here from the last map to be able to make a difference here, I think. I mean, RafGPO doing pretty good on this, recovering, well, we're on 2 misses now, I believe, on his side, but still not going to be able to make up the difference, so this should go 2-0 in the favor of Xylas here. But yeah, on this map, definitely looked like a solid effort actually from RafGPO on this one. It looked very good for quite a while.
Yeah, definitely a more solid performance for Raf, but not enough to make a difference. Oh, go on.
One thing that's going to be important, I think, some players have realized this if they really looked into the format and the strategy behind it and stuff. But you really have to think. You have to start thinking about your picks very, I don't know, horizontally, if that makes sense. You have to think about the way your picks are lined up through an entire match to have the best odds for all of these sets. It's played, even, despite just to us, they're just playing 11 maps, right? There's not much thinking that goes behind that. We're just seeing them pick maps one by one. But you really have to place them strategically in those sets and try to kind of win in that regard. And we've actually seen that matter earlier, again in that same match I was talking about that went to the full duration in Melbus and Jackson, where they actually tanked one of their sets a little bit in order to have 2 favorable maps on the last set for them. So there's a lot of thinking ahead that you kind of have to do in a situation like this, where if you're Raf GPO in these shoes here, you might have to be panicking a little bit and be like, oh, I gotta pick all my maps like now. We have to win now. But if you run out of good picks by the end and you leave 2 maps that you're not super good on for the ending, if you get to it, you're kind of screwed regardless, right? So there's a lot of thinking horizontally. You have to think about every set at once in order to have good chances strategically in this format here. So it's been pretty interesting to see who's been good at doing that and who's been talking about it and who's kind of just playing the game. Because of course right now in this first round, some players are just going to be good enough that they can just play the game and it'll work out. But I mean, I don't know, we'll have to see if they can play the whole thing like that. So
yeah, it's really going to come down to kind of like a match by match basis where, you're looking at how the players stack up in terms of favorable maps, favorable mods. But an interesting start out the gate. A bit of an adjustment needed for Raf. A little bit lower on the accuracy.
There's also Raf's protected pick. So should expect to do well on it. However, I mean, this is also a pretty good map for Xylus. So this could really go either way.
Yeah, definitely think the combo is going to play massively in this one, because they've already both built up a very nice early combo. And this map kind of just scales, right? So it starts off quite nice, but the jumps just seem to get wider and faster as this map goes on. It gets kind of crazy by the end.
Yeah, I'm sure this has been pointed out a lot, not even just in this event like this weekend, but also just since this map released. In case you haven't noticed the type of gimmick that this is doing, it's just constantly going left to right, every bar, every 2 bars. So kind of trying to emulate some other rhythm games gameplay here. So pretty, infamous map from Melon Boy here. Pretty interesting to be able to use this kind of thing and kind of very finely adjust the rate that it's being played at to fit for a tournament pool like this. So it's fun to try to grab these really iconic maps and just really fine tune them the way you need them to be to fit a tournament like this. So, but yeah, as we get into this other slow part here, I mean, Xylus did find a break. It's not going to matter as much on as on stable. Accuracy matters so much more on Lazer. But some solid advantage to be found here for Raf if the combo gets held. Not much increase in intensity from this part onwards up until the very last KI, and then the map goes absolutely insane. But being able to have a lead going into that, I think, is a pretty good situation to be in. So
yeah, to have one as honestly so advantageous as this right now. I mean, there's another miss from Xylus, but the steel pan goes hard on this.
Oh, that was on nothing. Okay. Well, that's still pretty good. I mean, we're about to see the really hard part after this quiet section here. So, I mean, I think it's almost expected that people break on that part, to be honest with you. Like, it is quite literally a jump scare.
Yeah, the map already kind of setting up for it.
Hey, there it is.
There it is.
Okay. Hey, Rap's kind of gaming. Okay. Not a problem.
He wants even more of that score gap that he can take. But he's just trying to hit as much as they can. Silas coming in with another miss there. So Raph going to take that a little bit more. Hopefully going to hold Silas at bay for his next map. As he's pushing to the 80k now, this is really massive for Raph here. It's crazy how long this map is though.
Yeah, I think, I don't know the exact length, but it's somewhere close to like 4 minutes, I think. A little bit more than 4 minutes with the rate change. It's hard to say because the counter at the bottom when you use rate ups doesn't actually rate up. That's just the no mod, like normal rate. So this is not a 5-minute map.
Yeah, I think it's 352, I think. Yeah, 352, I think, with the rate change, roughly.
Yeah, some drops at the end though for RefGPO there. Did tank the lead a little bit. It was 80k for some time, but had a couple misses and some act drops while Xalis kept holding on. So it's only 46k here, which is honestly not as big as he probably wanted it to be. Definitely could have been higher. That one first break that RefGPO got, I think could have impacted a little bit more, but we're going to be seeing Hidden One as an answer here. And I think on this type of map, what we've been seeing a lot of, I would say, is really high accuracy scores with a lot of misses, actually. Like, people are borderline SSing this, but with like 7 misses or whatever. That's going to be interesting to see how this interacts with this, because being able to get a 46k lead back on this when I think most people are already kind of doing that and having that high accuracy and combos matter less. So I think generally the score gap on this tends to be a lot lower than other maps where you get punished a lot more for missing on your accuracy and stuff. So 46k here to make up for Xylis to potentially win it. So we'll see how that goes. It's time for the background.
Oh god, mappers are so unhinged sometimes.
It's here. It kind of fits, like, I don't know.
Did you just say fits because they're shoes?
No,
Shoes
but
for
I'll
your feet.
pretend like I'm smart enough to yeah.
Oh me.
Genius.
Oh me.
Well, having said all that, accuracy looking pretty low at the start here on both sides. 94, 95. And RefGPO actually with a lead on it, so pretty some of the uncomfortable aim here, I guess like anti-aim parts of this are a little like more uncomfortable than you'd want them to be. So it's actually really hard to combo through them. Accuracy is going to matter a lot, and that is literally the entire difference here right now. There's not much combo advantage on either side. At any point, there hasn't really been one, but at like 2.5% here making the difference. So 30k plus so far for FGPO.
Yeah, and it's also it's really interesting, this map. It's like, I've noticed this with a couple of times that people really kind of have to like try and settle into this map. It's not something that they just adjust to straight away. I don't know if it's the map specifically or whether it's just because they've adjusted from playing DT1, but it's something I've definitely noticed in a couple of different matches. And Silas is hitting really late on this, I've noticed. Like, incredibly late on everything.
Oh yeah, what happened there?
like he's using a weird offset for this map, which is really hurting his score right now.
There's still a lot of like individual like optimization that people have had to do to play. Where I think depending on how your setup handles Lazer, sometimes some people are lucky enough to just be able to go in and things work, and some people have to fiddle a lot. And if you don't have the time to do that, or you don't choose to spend the time to do that and actually go through and look at offsets on everything, if you're having issues with that, then I think that tends to be a lot more punishing on this. Because yeah, for a lot of players, there's still a lot of you know, like offset desync type issues, as you can probably see here. Because I mean, I would never expect Xylus to get 82 on this and hitting this late. So well, RafGPU are gonna get a point off that though. So a little bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was you who said I didn't think we'd see a score margin quite that significant after the the Lazer mod, but here we are.
Well, okay, this one might have had some external factors. Let's say. Interesting. Okay, different offset in solo and multi.
I think I can speak from experience. I have had that happen a couple of times.
Yeah. Some things to get used to. Well, Xylus is still in a pretty comfortable position regardless. I mean, RafGPU, I would say, only has maybe like one pick remaining that has a decent advantage. Outside of that, it's a bit of a coin toss, if not a disadvantage, right? So I think if Xylus does good on this set here, or builds up a sizable enough lead with this, it's looking pretty dire, I think, for Raf here.
I think Raf's best chance is to maybe just try and get a major combo and just try and stick to Xylus' score as best as possible, limit the damage on this map, but I mean, maybe Raf can play this? I'm not too sure how well he's gonna do on this, to be honest. I mean, this is crazy speed.
Yeah, it's definitely just that, just the raw mechanics guy that you need on this map. Like, it's a 1.5 this as well. It's just the same as you'd be playing it on stable, so should feel a lot familiar to people that do play this kind of thing, which Xylus kind of does. And yeah, some of the maps are going to be taking a little bit to load in, but it's all good.
We wait with eager anticipation. Hey, actually both of them getting off to a very good start here. It upsets me I can't even play this one on no mod.
On no mod.
But no, both of them trading very similar accuracy. Again, combo game massively. Oh, it's gone now. Never mind. But again, normally this is like, well, it is basically a 5-minute map, so they're in for the long haul on this one. It's gonna get to like over 3 minutes still. So stamina probably gonna play a massive part into this as well. Even though it's mostly just bursts. Pretty much going non-stop the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, this is just as much of a shred pick as you can possibly have on this. Very few breaks. Just keeps going. Very, very active tapping the whole time. So, and again on Lazer, I mean, some way more importance being placed on holding good AC versus good combo. So even on a map like this, I think you're already kind of seeing that, where looks like there's some sacrifices being made just to be able to keep good AC and then just forego the combo. Whereas on stable, I think you definitely do the other way around if you're used to playing it. So having to learn that, you know, like intentional difference in the way you play a map like this, I think plays into it a lot here. But we are seeing a bit. Well, no, it's pretty much gone already. I mean, they still both have pretty much identical AC. And it's looking pretty close here, so this might end up being a pretty interesting set here, depending on what gets played second.
Yeah, I think even going off on that last point as well, I think it very much rings true, especially like when you see on stream maps, you know, because normally, especially when you're playing on V2, to avoid chain missing, sometimes you'll over-tap the notes to kind of keep the stream going, which drops some of the accuracy, whereas you don't really want to, you definitely don't want to do that on Lazer, because your score would just tank so horrifically. But Raph doing really well on this. Really putting Zyos through his paces here and into the outro of the map, really. And Raph's going to breakpoint on this and be ahead going into his map. This part's
Oh my god, that's so difficult. This is pretty big for Raph. I'm not gonna lie, 50k here when this was definitely Xylus's pick. And so here's what I was talking about earlier in case it wasn't clear. Raph GPO right now has a pretty interesting decision to make, because if he wins a set, every remaining map of the pool will be played in the last set. So he has to choose, does he guarantee getting to the last set by picking his strongest map now, when he has a 50k lead, or does he save that map for the last set, because it is going to count in the last set, right? So looks like he's going to choose Hard Rock 1. So I was kind of curious about that, to see if that was a consideration for FGPO, what map might be, or what he thinks might be his strongest map, to see if he wanted to save it. I thought it was going to be this one. So now I think it's going to be interesting on the last set, because they're going to have to play Nomad 3, which is Rhythm Finger Control, Nomad 4, which is Slider Tech, and then the original, which is Mech Tech. So we're playing 3 tech maps in the next set here, if Raph GPO wins this. So I'm not sure if that's, you know, assuming that Xylus probably has the advantage on tech, I'm not sure if that's the correct decision to be made. But I'm curious to see. I mean, I think if you have a 49k lead on this, it's pretty comfortable, but maybe maybe just wanted to get this one out of the way just to at least get to the last set. We'll have to see. This one is also quite a long one if you haven't seen it before. This is essentially a pseudo tiebreaker for the pool. It is 5 minutes. It's actually an old Corsair's tiebreaker, I believe. So,
yes,
we're in for a long one for this one.
There was a lot of high praise about this map, especially when it appeared back in Corsair, so great to see it here. Probably not from the player's perspective, because it's 5 minutes on Hard Rock. But it's a good map.
I mean, Garden is never going to miss. Such a great mapper.
Again, it's just the client just waiting for the just trying to sync them together. Yeah, they settle in for the long ride on this one.
Yeah, and then on a map like this, again, it's really long. And I think building a large combo on this is pretty difficult to do, so definitely looking to prioritize AC and mostly look at that. There's a couple sections in this that I think people are pretty prone to break on. Just the hard rock kind of makes it inconsistent to be able to hit. But we'll see. I mean, so far, both looking pretty good. Raph just had one early miss. But pretty much identical accuracies on both sides here, but 49k advantage to be made here for Raph to get to the third set. It's nice to have a little cushion to play with, I suppose.
He's getting a nice recovery combo going as well. Like I said, see if that inconsistency maybe catches Xylus off here. Can start to pull some of that score back. But it doesn't. He trips up instead. Raph finding another reset. There goes Xylus though, but he got quite a good bit of combo on that. Nearly 1k.
Yeah.
This is actually not far behind off what he needs to make up. He's hit the realm of 40k. So Xylus can still shut this down quite comfortably. To just end the match here and now. We've still got so long. We are approaching halfway through this map right now. Both of them with strong recovery combos, but Xylus making a bigger dent on the accuracy side.
He is reaching that 49k here, so as of now, right now, I mean, it's essentially dead even. And we've got a fairly clean slate to go off of here. I mean, there's big combos here. I think a reset on either player is going to end up mattering a lot, but I mean, the accuracy is starting to build up a little bit. Raph GPU gonna find another miss here too. All those act drops 1.5% now. And Xylus just still holding on, just had two big combos here with pretty solid accuracy, so finding a pretty sizable lead. This is starting to look like we might not be seeing that third set here. Climbing up to 90,000 points here. Only need 50k for Xylus. And we've got about a minute and a half left on the pick. Still no sign of missing here.
Yeah, Xylus looking really dangerous now.
It's actually quite a good play. Bit more intensity in the last part of this, I would say, but not a lot to make up this. I mean, you'd have to see a big collapse here, and I mean, it's looking pretty unlikely at this point. I think it's pretty much sealed, even with this miss.
Yeah,
no combo on either side. You have to make 60,000 points of difference here almost. It's pretty unlikely. We've seen unlikelier things, so who knows? But
yeah, I mean that is a massive play for Xylus there on this map, which I think both of us would agree was we'd lean towards this being more Raph favored. Xylus saying...
I would assume so as well, but I mean, Xylus is kind of really showing up on this. I mean, I would not really, put this type of hard rock map, especially one so long, to be a strong skill set for him, but showing up pretty big on this one. I mean, Raptor Pio did actually pretty good as well. Just wasn't really able to build a combo and had a few too many act drops here and there. So that is going to be in favor of Xylus here, 72,000. We'll leave it at that for the set here on Xylus. Going to be taking this one 3-1. So Raptor Pio, again, maybe an unfortunate matchup here in the match going up against Xylus, who's clearly a seed 23 player, evidently. But going to be a little bit too tall of a task to take here. So Xylus going to be moving on to the next stage, which is tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, very good stuff from Xylis there, really. Being the lower seed has, so far in this tournament, been a bit of a disadvantage, but, I mean, it's hard to call Xylis a lower seed, isn't it? I keep forgetting that it's Xylis in, like, a really low seeding, which is just not Xylis.
Yeah, I think now Xylis moves on to play Riot, if I'm not wrong. So that should be a big match, actually, for a second round matchup. I mean, these two are some of the best players, I think, in the whole tournament. So it should be pretty interesting to see how that goes. Now that they've both had a round to kind of settle in and get used to things, and hopefully, fix those offset issues that they may have been talking about. So it'll be pretty interesting to see. Of course, we're not done today. We've got 3 more matches in this first round, including a pretty big name here coming up in 9 minutes. The big Malashevsky here to play. Seed number 1, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely crazy qualifier scores. Played every map once, topped qualifiers on the first day, and said, I'm done.
Like 3 hours or something after it came out. It's good. It's like a scroll, a stroll over the pool. It is a little walk in the evening, and got first place. So
Sat there the whole time, top of the leaderboard. How irritating is that?
yeah, well, Rince did get to qualify, but unfortunately got a little bit of a giant to go against here. So it should be, I mean, good luck. I would love to see that. And I guess we'll see if that ends up happening or not in 8 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. Grab a drink or something. And we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Hope you got yourself a little drink here. We've got the next match coming up here. Malashevsky versus Rince. Seed number 1 versus seed number 32. Should be interesting. Maybe a bit of a quick one here, but we'll see. Maybe Rince is just, secretly OP. We'll have to find out, but got a bit of a caster change here. We've got Sad Shiba, or beloved. Hello, how's it going?
Oh, I'm beloved now. Hello. Hey, how's it going? Oh, thank you, Lazer. I mean, first match I have to cast in this tournament, and it's seed 1, seed 32. I'm a little afraid for Rince's odds here, because poor guy, he's against literally the best player in the game in terms of tournaments, and seed 1 in pretty convincing fashion. That being said, this is the first stage, and this is a really new format as well, right? Loads of different means of how we're doing this setup, and maybe that can give Rince a few openings to maybe sneak in 1 or 2 picks. I know Rince, coming from the research that I have of him, pretty solid generally speaking on fast-paced aim mechanics and double time. Tournament-wise, he seems to be a little comfier on stuff like tech, but aside from that, I'm a little worried. I feel like Malashevsky is just, generally speaking, the outstanding favorite on this one. What are your thoughts on the picks and bans here, Aza? Because I feel like for Malaz, it's going to be as simple as just eliminating his least favorite map.
Yeah. Well, I would say you should probably expect Malashevsky to ban out Lazer mod, I think. Judging from qualifiers anyways, it was pretty obvious that did not really want to put in the effort to bother learning it, but judging from the pregame chat, it looks like Rince didn't either. So, on the side of Malashevsky, honestly, I don't really know. I can kind of play everything. So a bit of a comfortable situation to be in, but I mean, on the side of Rince, I mean, if you have to consider anything here, you're probably looking at some of the heavier mechanics picks to maybe edge out a win. Anything that is going to be more niche or gimmicky, I think is going to be pretty hard to handle. Looks like they do ban it regardless. Okay.
I think this one being a bit more heavy on the stamina. Granted, although Rince might be strong mechanically, Malashevsky is Malashevsky. Even if this isn't his specialty, I feel like this 240 BPM stream up is still very much in his ball game to probably full combo in decent fashion. So I'm not too surprised to see Rince ban this. Maybe stamina is particularly not the thing he's looking for. I'm honestly expecting DT1 to be one of those protect options here for Rince. If it isn't that, no mod 1 most likely. He is a decent fan of tech and slidery tech, so you could see hidden 3 or no mod 4, but I really don't think it's wise to be picking that against a player like Malashevsky, who's probably the next best player in the planet, let alone against somebody who, just shows a couple good scores in it. The only notable result that I know of Rince is that he was the Division 3 Chrono Cup 5 champion alongside the rest of his team. And he came through as a pretty well-rounded player, and that is reflected pretty well in his qualifier results too. But there's only really so much you can do. It really is a matter of confidence and comfort within this specific map pool. And honestly, against the Seed 1, you just want to go with what you're good against, right? I mean, Nomad 3 being the first protector for Rince. And with the new rules coming in place as well, that means Malashevsky himself can't pick that one either. So opens up a new strategy with this new format coming out, which has been honestly really interesting to see come through in these first few matches.
Yeah, so far I think the reception for this format and the strategical depth that comes from it has been pretty universally liked. At least from what we've heard from the players. There's still stuff that's being figured out, and a lot of people are discovering new ways to interact with it, or finally understanding it now that they are actually in a match playing with it and interacting with it and stuff. So I think as this event goes on, I think we'll start seeing maybe a lot more of these more format focused strategies perhaps. But I mean, again, I think if you're Rince here, it's great to see a little bit of like newer faces, at least when it comes to like open rank 1v1s. Unfortunately, it's like if you're trying to play those maps that you're talking about, yeah, you'd want to play tech and that kind of thing in slider maps, but you might be against the best guy in the world at those things. So it's a bit of a hard situation to be in. And of course, this is single elimination until top 8. So whoever loses this is going to be their only match of the tournament, essentially. So at least
Rince,
could hopefully make a good showing here. Protecting the Nomad 3, I believe, is a pretty interesting choice. That might be the only other map that you could say is a bit more practice-oriented. Not necessarily that much, but it's got a lot of really weird, uncommon rhythms that... I mean, hey, if you're in this situation, maybe Malice didn't really play the map. I know more than a few players who have been sight reading this so far. So, you know, it's not unreasonable to expect that Malashevsky might also be. However, that guy's immune to that. That doesn't matter. I think that doesn't matter, clearly, because you can sight read the qualifiers pool, play them once, and still get first place in that. So,
yeah, I think the question really is for me is whether or not Rince wants to use his qualifier results as an equal translation into his pick ban strategy, because we've seen that reflected in maps like the No Mod 3, where he got 15th in qualifiers. But on top of that, he's not opting into a map like Hard Rock 1, which does make sense and doesn't at the same time, right? Similar skill sets as in qualifiers, both of them having that techie aim consistency. But considering it's just a generally speaking more difficult map, on top of the fact that you're playing against a player like Malashevsky's Tenure, that isn't a skill set, especially with the length it is, that I don't think you can handle. I think that's why we're seeing that being rejected so far. I'm curious as to how that's going to expand and whether or not that will stick around for later on, because you still got more picks to come through, and maybe that will come back around. But we'll have to wait and see, as No Mod 2 is Malashevsky's next pick, and Are We Floating in Space? This one was a perennial 2024 original, and honestly to great success. This has been probably one of the most popular originals that I've seen in a while. It is beloved here, and for good reason. It's really, really fun.
yeah, it's a pretty solid map. I think this No Mod pool as a whole also tends to be quite techy. I think mostly in part due to this map, right? Because it's not the comfy flow aim stream type that you'd expect to see. Like this is just some cut streams over and over and stuff. So
yeah, indeed. We're gonna get into Overflowing in Space soon. I can't tell if I can't hear the game audio or the stream audio or not, but I'll assume it's tracing soon. There we go. But yeah, into Are We Floating in Space? Match with Devious Panda. So the thing with this map is that although there are a lot of streams, a lot of bursts and tapping, generally speaking, 190 BPM, pretty tame for the most part. Stamina might be a question here, as Rince himself mentioned that this is not really something he's comfortable tapping on, but it's not only that you have to worry about here, it's also those cut streams, those bursts, and the flow aim into the second half of the map. That really is the thing that stings you here. If you're able to pay attention to those cut streams, these flow aim sections are really not the thing that you're going to be worried about. It's going to be what you see right about now is what you have to worry about. And for Rince, unfortunately, already first miss dropped alongside a lot of accuracy going down. Compare that to what seems like a cakewalk 3-star to Malashevsky with 99.3% accuracy with 600 combo, full combo still intact as well halfway through. I feel like it's already in the blink of an eye a done deal.
I see some hundreds. It's beatable, surely.
It's winnable. He's not assessing anymore. It's winnable.
It's not perfect.
Being sad, it only gets harder and harder from here. And you notice that Rince was shaking quite a lot during the early stream sections, and even if he's dropping AC, I don't think exceeding the combo game is going to matter here for him, as the accuracy game, especially in this scoring system with cumulative scoring, is going to scale so much more in favor of Malashevsky. Even if he trips up in the combo game, there's not really much that he's going to be able to do. More of a snappy techie section here, but I still don't think it's going to be too much for Howland. In fact, probably a big aid here for Rince to be able to conserve his stamina for the ending.
Yeah. I think that Rince was saying right before this as well that they were having issues tapping this as well, so perhaps nice to conserve that for later when maps are going to be a little bit closer, especially if this is just Malashevsky's pick, right? There's one more thing that I'm kind of curious if we're going to see anything happen like this weekend. Maybe not this match, because I don't think Malashevsky really needs to do this, but there's another aspect of the pick strategy that we haven't really talked about at all yet, which is the fact that there's multiple rounds played on the same pool. Quite similar to, in the tournament format that we're used to. Let's say you're playing a bracket reset, or you're a team playing lower bracket grand finals, right?
Hold up.
You might be incentivized to, hide some picks,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that here. Like, if you have a match like this on Malashevsky where you are FCing No Mod 2 just for fun.
I was going to say, I don't really know how I can segue into a hype bit. It's kind of like expected, but like still you see, you're like, damn, that's a nice score, bro. Nice FC. What else
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to say that it's just like, yeah, it's just expected. Like, we're just used to seeing that.
Comes with the territory.
It's just Malashevsky. Like, you just expect this to happen. Like
every single match like you play, you can't say anything about him that isn't going to be seen as just terrible glazing. Because there isn't really anything negative to say about him. It's rough. So
Yeah.
that's just to be expected. And with an FC and Ori floating in space to start, he's already got a 335,000 score lead going into this next map. And I mean, what can you do if you're Rince here? Just praying that some sort of struggle comes through, and it's going to be DT2 to come in. He feels the burn and he wants more of that fire in his wrists, as it's going to be DT2 up next.
That's interesting. So I'm not sure if that really matters in this matchup here. Like, we can't really sugarcoat it. Like, it's Malashevsky. But what we've been made pretty clear as a strategy, and what we've already been seeing happen a ton, is when someone loses the first map in a set, they kind of just use the other one to just throw away the set. So they use a weaker pick. Don't know if perhaps this is what Rince is doing. If they're having issues tapping them on 2, there's a good chance that they're going to have issues tapping this too, because it's way more tapping. So
yeah. I mean, I feel like this one's a bit different, right? It's not necessarily long chain stamina heavy, but at the same time, it's all surprising to see Rince pick into this, especially considering that Are We Floating in Space with Mother, he was struggling with 190. It might be one of those burst exclusive speed specialists rather than stamina, which I would be surprised to see. There are a lot of players that are like that, especially some that are at the very top of the world. Some that have improved a lot over time. I think one player that I would note, at least in 2024 early-wise, was Taquito, who went on to improve a lot of his stamina later on, but was widely regarded to be one of the strongest burst-heavy speed players in the game, and then was kind of backed away when it came to stamina. And I think Rince might be a similar player in that regard.
yeah, so I think the reason I'm bringing that up too is because if this is a good pick for Rince here, I think, you know, now that people have learned the format a little bit, like, it would make more sense to just pick this on a fresh set or a different set where you're not already 300k down, right? If you have a chance to do good on this. But so far, I mean, it looks pretty close. Definitely, you know, if there's one map that Malashevsky has a weakness on, I think it's going to be this one. I think that's pretty well known that, you know, this guy's going to be a kind of a machine on everything else, but anything that you know, is super bursty or anything that is got a little bit too much of that speed mechanics, I think, you know, some signs of weakness, if we can even call it that. But I mean, we've seen some misses already, so, you know, for Malashevsky, I guess that's a pretty big weakness.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the super high BPM of 285 is definitely slightly out of the ceiling for Malashevsky. And Rince is clearly exploiting this pretty well, although suffocating a little bit in accuracy. It's clear to say that he's generally more comfortable around the map styling, and that doesn't only have to do with the tapping, right? It's not to do with the finger control, it's to do with the adjustment of the aim, it's to do with understanding the approach rate in a bit more of a comfy sense, and that makes sense. Rince has had a lot of really strong solo scores in those super high ceiling, fast aim maps, kind of similar with that PP meta that could translate really well into this, including maps like DT1, which we could see later on. But look at Rince just barely holding on to the jump sections and still holding on to that combo game, which is giving that lead by 10,000. It's really the accuracy that's holding him hostage in this, and if he concedes a little bit of combo, this could start crushing him as Malashevsky is slowly trailing back with parametric combo and climbing. This guitar solo section might be the make or break into this. Easily the hardest part of the map, and if this ends up being a slip up here from Rince, this could be disastrous here to not even be able to bring back the set. And that's on top of that, you need Malashevsky to not only miss, but you need him to collapse here. You're down with 335,000 score, and this being close is not what you want. You want Malashevsky to collapse, and that's just not happening.
Yeah, I mean, we're already pretty close to this being, like, mathematically unwinnable. So I think there's only so much you can do when you're down 335k. This is, honestly, outside of the ones where there's been some, I'll reuse the same word again, but some external factors playing into it, like, you know, people not really learning the Lazer mod map or having offset issues and whatnot. Like, 300k is up there with some of the largest score gaps that we've seen to be able to overcome, so.
Oh my goodness, these guys are insane.
Yeah,
I can't lie, I gotta give a bravo both of these guys, because Rince is about to close out with a really strong combo, practically reverse choke. Bravo, Rince! What a
actually
score!
Very good, yeah.
Even
that's
though not
at least something to be proud of.
even though they're overtaking the total, taking down Malashevsky on a map is always a big thing to write home about. Even if it's one of Malashevsky's more weaker skill sets, 790k is proof that he's no joke. Even so. And that's a great thing for Rince honestly to celebrate, I can't lie. Putting up a fight is one thing, but beating them on one map is another. Well done from Rince, bravo, man.
Yeah, I feel like this is actually so rare to see especially in a 1v1 tournament format like this, where since it's Lazer, there's quite a large range of skill levels between the top and the bottom of the players playing. There's not that many players participating that you'd expect to be there, so to be able to win as the bottom seed player here, even if it's just one map, I think is quite a noteworthy achievement. I mean, I wouldn't be able to take a map off Malashevsky. I don't know about you, but
no. Azer, I'm ranked 50k. I don't think I could take a map off of Rince, let alone.
I mean, Rince is playing pretty good. Honestly, I don't know if I could take a map off Rince either. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I couldn't take a map off the seed 64th guy in this tournament. Let alone seed 32. But that being said, with that first set being won by Malashevsky, although a valiant effort from Rince, that win that he took is not going to be enough for him to even out the set or give him an overtake it all. It's going to be that first set taken. It's going to be first map pick for Rince, but it's going to be Protect and no more Parade.
Yeah. I mean, if there's going to be one map that could have an impact here, you're probably looking at this one. There's a chance. It's definitely not a sight read friendly map.
Yeah, I was about to say, this map is pretty practice heavy, and there could be one thing up Rince's sleeve. Rhythmically difficult, rhythmically complex. Kind of jump scares you, stop and goes every now and again. Malashevsky, although a kid always known to work really hard in tournaments that matter to him, this early stage is not really something of his massive concern, so maybe the practice diff could help. Maybe he's not as practiced on this. I'm sure he's got plenty of other tournaments he's trying to work on in the meantime, right? And being seed 1, he's got a lot of pressure alleviated, not really much to stress about, and so this could be something that Rince could take advantage of. Especially considering he was one of the stronger players in this tournament, seed 15 on the No More 3 last round in qualifiers.
Despite saying all this stuff, I don't really know if Malashevsky played the pool or not, but I think generally I'm going to assume that he's always playing the pool. He's typically very diligent with at least playing everything once or just giving it a try to make sure there's no issues and stuff. So, where it may not be the case for other players that are above the, in the higher seeds, I would definitely expect Malashevsky to at least give everything a run. And I mean, clearly he is, because 99 on this, I don't think it's possible on sight read, to be honest with you. There's too many really weird snappings here that you kind of just have to know exist. They're not really memorized, but you have to be ready for them. So if you're sight reading this, there's just no chance. But yeah, I mean, despite this being Rince's Protect, it's a pretty difficult one here against. I mean, I'm not sure what you can do against this man. You can play this map like 25 times. I don't think this is easy to match. So
no matter how hard you try, I mean, although this is Rince's Protect, and although Rince was seed 15, Malashevsky's seed 1 in the whole damn tournament, I don't think that's not much of a concern for him. As I mean, yeah, I would definitely assume he would be practicing every map at least once or twice. I wouldn't say he's the type of player to be reckless in any means, even if he's so heavily favored early on in this tournament, but I mean, that being said, this is still a pretty impressive scoreline here for Malice. 98.9, basically bordering 99% ac, with still a full combo holding to perfection. This is going to be a very clean FC. In fact, 99% accuracy might actually be crossing the line here, and it will. 99.02 for Malice. Very, very dominant score. Similar difference that we saw in the previous set. Now 370,000 score that Rince needs to overtake, with this pick being of Malashevsky's. I would be quaking a little bit here.
We've seen this a lot. Sometimes it's all you can really say is, what can you do?
What can you do? Yeah. It's Whole Dwelling. Banger alert. Get your banger bells ringing. Whole Dwelling is in, mapped by Melon Boy. I'm sure plenty of us here in us team will not stop talking about how much we love Melon Boy maps, and for good reason. I feel like many of us are the premier Melon Boy glazers, but Jesus, if you've seen Hole Dwelling, if you've seen any of Melon Boy's maps in the last couple of years, you'd know why. Hole Dwelling is a particularly interesting gimmick as well.
Yeah. I think just the fact that this map just exists and is in this pool, and with a lot of other maps that also have a lot of, interesting things going on, I feel like every single match this is played in, which is a lot because a lot of people like playing this. It's mentioned every single time, the gimmick that this is doing, right? It's so noteworthy. So it just goes to show, I think, just how great Melon Boy is. Shout out to Melon Boy. Thanks for Warcry and Pile of Corpses and Hole Dwelling and Going to Work.
And FN Friday. And Alien From Request. And that one really weird storyboard clock map.
Yeah, that's going to work.
that's like AO. Oh, that's going to work? Okay. There you go.
When we were theorizing this tournament, I really wanted there to be a way to somehow force like 0% dim storyboard on people, just so I could make people play Going to Work. No other map, no other reason. I just wanted that to be a thing. Like if we're going to do experimental gimmicks, but unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to do that. So maybe next time.
Make a storyboard mod alongside Lazer mod for next LGA 2026.
Going to Work is just too good.
Yeah. We've talked about this map being gimmicky, but we haven't specified exactly why, but you can kind of already see what the deal is. I mean, the general panning of the map kind of shifts left and right across the screen throughout the entire thing, but on top of that, the patterns themselves are constantly going up and down, almost kind of replicating what is like a spiral, like you can see in the back of the background here. And it makes for a really fun gameplay loop, especially with 1.35%. This is one of the good reasonings for using that extra difficult adjuster multiplier with that DT. And it makes for such a fun map. Even if it, honestly, from the outside looking in, looking kind of repetitive, it's not when you're playing. I've played this map several times and I can't stop enjoying it, even if it's a similar deal all the time. It's partly to do with the song and the way how well, at least, Melon Boy has optimized the map to perfection, like he always does. And even though it's meant to be a fun map, it's also a challenge, and we can tell already that Rinse is struggling a little bit on this, not really able to keep up with the combo that Malashevsky is putting up.
Yeah, when you're speeding this up to this level, some of the snappier aim in this starts to pose a big threat, actually. If we ever really see misses on this, there's not much else that people are missing on. It's just definitely just the really difficult snaps that show up on here during some of the transitions, and especially in the later parts of the map. Like some of the raw aim on this isn't really that difficult, and like you said, most of it is just going up and down. Tends to be a pretty popular thing for maps to do lately. Lots of up and down going on. So see stuff like this, like I think on Nomad you kind of have time to process it, but when you start speeding up for a tournament like this, it becomes pretty difficult now, honestly.
Does Malice hit the jump scare burst? Oh my god, he does! Let's go, Malice! Hits that jump scare quad, and with more of the funky slider bits coming through. I'm honestly a little surprised to see Rinse struggling so much on a map like this. Granted, it's a bit more on the gimmicky side, but I mean, looking at Rinse's profile, he's had plenty of experience on those really rapid, fast-paced aim maps. So, honestly, I'm a little surprised to see him pulling up only 300k on this. I thought this would be one of those maps that would be a bit more stronger suit for him, but maybe in a tournament setting, it's a bit of a different deal. As I mean, look at this cursor just spinning, trying to keep up with these notes. It's very
that's beautiful, actually.
It's very different to the impression that I was expecting. Yeah, it's like the spiral in the background, right, Isa? It's like the hole that's dwelling.
I can't even tell if that's intentional, like cursor dancing, or that one was.
Oh, Malashevsky, goodness me! It's that entire prerequisite section into the final KI time, and we might be seeing another FC coming through, Aza. No misses as far as I know.
Well, this part is definitely much harder mechanically. The aim really, really spikes up on this, and with the rate, you absolutely feel it on this. We haven't seen a lot of people hold combo through this ending.
Right, if there's anyone who can, you damn better believe it's one of the best players to ever grace the game. Out comes Moore, and I jinx it. I say he's the best, and he misses. Thank you, Malashevsky. Thank you. I'm now being laughed at in chat, I'm sure. And with that being said, even so, it doesn't really mean jack, as Malashevsky has wiped the floor with Rince on this map, and in terms of the set as well. Finally ending up a little bit of a collapse, but it's not going to mean much. He's won this map by 300,000 score, and so the set by almost, I believe, if not 700,000 score.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is 700,000 score eclipse now. A far more dominant second set for Malashevsky. Seems like now finally awakening a little bit more to deal some harsher judgment.
Missed a great opportunity there. Could have said he'd rinse the floor.
No! Oh no! You should have just like carried on. Like you should have just went with it, you know.
I can't steal your joke that you didn't make.
No, you could have just like carried on. You could be like, yeah, you could have said Malashevsky rinsed it. You know, you could have done that. You know, maybe I would have scoffed, but chat would have loved it. So that would have been what mattered, right? Or maybe chat would have scoffed as well. Who knows?
Well, that is going to be a second set, pretty overwhelmingly in the favor of Malashevsky this time. So what's really left here? We're seeing Hidden 1. Now this is a map that I don't think we've even... I haven't looked at every single match yet. I haven't seen the stats, but I'm pretty sure we have not yet really seen a particularly good score on this. I could be wrong, but at least of some of the matches that I've seen, pretty hard to hold combo on this one actually, consistently across the board. So curious to see if Malashevsky can do it. Safe assumption that that's a yes, but who knows?
Yeah. Surprising to see Malashevsky pick into a map like Hidden 1, considering how pretty... I mean, it's very straightforward. I guess Malashevsky just wants a consistency diff, but I was kind of hoping for a Hidden 2 or a Hidden 3. I'd much prefer these two maps to be played, in all honesty. I think Machine Love and High Yodakondo by Will Stetson is just absolute cinema. But that being said, Malashevsky doing what he knows he can do best. Or could aim Hidden is almost kind of a partial match made in heaven if it isn't hidden in tech. This one, honestly, I mean, isn't really much to talk about map-wise. It's very much your box standard hidden aim consistency with lots of pattern aim being traditional in this slot. But it is Butel Tome, which is a banger, and also Toho with the Nikes. Also pretty fire.
Gotta be there somewhere.
Indeed. Yeah, I think Rince's goal with this one is to just try and keep a consistent flow of this map. Although it may be difficult in some moments, difficult to read in some moments, but trying to at least keep up to some degree might give you a bit of a better shot going into that second map pick. Oh. Maybe give you better odds of overtaking, as Malashevsky is the one to drop as most recent, but traded not long afterwards, so it's back to even grounds with accuracy, keeping Malashevsky about 35,000 points ahead.
Well, there was a miss on Malashevsky earlier, or two, I believe. But Rince not really able to capitalize on it.
Sadly not, despite the effort. Accuracy honestly not the worst, but still a decent amount below Malice here. Malashevsky bordering on 99. Rince just eclipsing that 96 mark. The key eye soon to approach. This combo lead could really help, but it's going to be dropped down not long afterwards, as Malashevsky's now starting to bring the pace back in his favor. The score lead starts to get more and more one-sided here. Now over 100,000 score, and could be even more with Rince continuing to miss here. Feels like despite the earlier hurdle from Malashevsky, once again it seems like he's woken up to do what we would expect of him, as he hits that entire jump section there. That's particularly difficult to land, but he does it.
Honestly, the more this this weekend progresses, we get to see more of the matches, more of the players. I am very interested to see the later stages of this tournament. I think it's going to be a blast to watch. see all the strategies and see who's, you know, adapted to Lazer and stuff, and who can, you know, transition their gameplay on the new client. Because I mean that's also a big difficulty for people, right? Like there's some players that are particularly strong on standard, but still have you know, or on stable, sorry, still have a lot of issues, you know, whether their own issues or some technical reasons on why they might not be able to adapt to Lazer as much. So it's been pretty interesting to see, you know, who's particularly good, who's very active, and who's you know, learned to deal with the differences and stuff. You know, I think probably the most noteworthy one would be like, you know, getting used to note lock and stuff, not having to overstream. So it's gonna be pretty interesting to see, you know, when the matches are you know, some of the best players. I mean, you might be seeing what, like Malashevsky Emrek Grand Finals on this on Lazer. Like that's gonna be a blast if it happens.
Yeah,
So
I mean, considering how close qualifier results was between those two, like, you can't help but be really, really hyped, right? But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, the difference with Lazer does give loads of players that may be unsung in standard scene become a lot more well-known and have a lot more opportunities to prove their worth on a tournament like this. I mean, Rince already is a player that I wasn't familiar with at all until this tournament coming through. In all honesty, he's showed up pretty well in this match, despite having to go against obviously the worst player to go against in this stage. But it doesn't change the fact that he's actually honestly done quite solid here. You have to realize, like, these are some good scores that he's been setting, like 840k on DT2. Generally speaking, most scores being no lower than 600k aside from DT1. That's impressive for a C32. So you have to give your props to Rince regardless, right? And with Hard Rock 1 being picked up next, this also pick that I was assuming Rince do be picking. He was, his highest performance seed was in that C12 of that Hard Rock 1, and it was a similar skill set with this. That being said, you have to be concerned with Malashevsky. He can be really consistent, and he typed something in text that might give me some hope with this. I never played this, said Malashevsky. I think there's a unfortunate for Rince in this one is that if there was any map where you'd be kind of happy to hear that, this would not be the case. This one's pretty straightforward and consistent through and through. Very much a streamy, flowy, light tech map. That doesn't really change too much. Only a small BPM change in the midsection.
yeah, 300k to make up on this though. Gonna have to do you know, gonna have to be a pretty crazy performance for Rince here. Because again, I mean, that level of difference is just quite absurd to make up in one map. However, it has been nice to see Rince play. Honestly, as much as everybody likes Malashevsky and likes watching him play, Rince definitely the people's player right now.
Oh yeah.
This is the highly relatable player. This is what it's like to play Malashevsky.
I mean, he's kind of the people's champion at this, right? He's beaten Malashevsky on the map. We have to remember that. That's already a pretty huge achievement that most players will not be having the luxury of telling their friends when they get home.
Honestly, I think for these early stage rounds and stuff, that tends to be a lot of what people talk about as well. Maybe not in LGA because it's a lot less slower profile, but I mean, I don't know. I still remember, you know, a couple of years ago, like for example in OWC, like Israel taking maps off of USA or something as seed number 32 and number 1. It's like, oh yeah,
they
took the thing people talk about. Like,
they took 2 maps off of them.
So it's always a great thing to be able to actually match stuff, and especially it was a map that was like not even particularly Rince's skill set either, right? So some good showing here. Regardless, I think could be pretty happy with the performance regardless of how this ends. But based on how Malashevsky's playing, and again, 321k difference to be made here, so you know it's pretty likely that this is already over from how Malashevsky is playing. Because I mean, all that he really has to do is get what, like 679,000 score or something, and then that's it. He's done. Mathematically winning. So
he's not too far away from eclipsing that now. I mean, that 1000 combo is going to start really pulling up the stops with the score. Be around not long until this point where his score is going to start increasing to very rapid degrees, and if he hits this little section here, it's going to be pretty clean with the stream on top of it. Rince doesn't want him to get away so easily though. You can see he's going up to about 500, 600 combo now, but he's down, and it's another caster cast from me, Lazer. I'm sorry. I don't know what else I can do. I'm trying to pick the guy up. Accuracy is not too difficult to overcome, but combo game still is a prevalent thing that Matisse. Even so, Malashevsky does go down finally as that combo subsides, but the lead is still significant here, especially with that accuracy. 2% and slightly more in the favor of Malashevsky. But yeah. Another miss there coming through as well. Second miss from Malashevsky. Very quickly traded by Rince though. A small panic averted there. As we get into a bit of a higher BPM change, a bit more of the technicality, a bit more of the fitting control being placed into this. A bit more snappy on the tech as well. Both combos dead even, but accuracy again still big in favor of Malashevsky. And with score v3, with Lazer Grand Arena scoring, it's a bit more difficult to really overcome with an accuracy deficit. Generally speaking, on stable and score v2, combo is king. Even if accuracy is slightly lower, as long as it's not outrageously lower, you can still eke out some wins with combo game alone. But on this one, that really can't happen.
I think this is still one of the higher scores that I've seen from Malashevsky here on this map.
I think so.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen an FC on this, but again, I did miss some matches.
So we may check that out later. Maybe he is going to be soon to be hitting the highest score so far in this round.
Accuracy is also way above what I usually see. There's a lot of like pretty tricky rhythms on this, especially even sight reading on OD10, hitting all the quads, sight reading all the quads, just predicting that they're there.
I mean, he's sight reading some of those like cross corner snaps as well. Like this is a pretty vile sight read score from Malashevsky. And he's still holding on to this final KI time as well. And with the last 30 seconds coming through, it's pretty clear that Rince's fate is sealed.
Yeah.
But being said, it's still a round of applause worthy of taking into account here for Rince. It's a shame that he's going to have to go out very swiftly, but he definitely didn't go out in a whimper. Did take one map off of the most decorated player in the tournament scene. Probably arguably the most feared of all time as well. Having that around, having that on your belt is something worthy of taking note, worthy of an applause without a doubt. But Malashevsky is about to put up probably one of the highest scores in this map, if it isn't the highest one already. 822k with only really 2 misses that we saw kind of midway through. It is a very dominant win from Malashevsky through and through, as expected of the number 1 seed against the number 32. But a valiant effort from Rince for sure. Once again, only one score being below 600k, the rest being 600k or higher. A really respectable showing from Rince, even so.
Absolutely. Can definitely be proud about that one. Again, what can you do against Malashevsky? But surprisingly a lot for Rince, taking a map off him. Not the point, but just the map. But still a very good showing. We're going to try to wrap this up quickly because there is a second match going on right now on the B stream that is supposedly pretty good. We've got Schwartz and NU, who I believe is another Polish player that is newish, at least to open ranks. I think their old name was Agent 5D, I believe. And that's a pretty good one. So hop over to the B stream if you'd like to keep up with that one. I believe that score's pretty close. And immediately after this, we're not going to be rating, I believe. In 22 minutes, we'll be seeing the last match on this stream of the first round of matches, which is going to be Alfhew against Flamesy Tier. And then tomorrow, we're seeing the next round of players. So everyone that's already played, we're going to be seeing them again tomorrow. So for now, hop over to the B stream if you'd like to watch that. And yeah, we'll see you guys back here very soon. Take care, everybody.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye. What is up, everybody? Hello and welcome back to Lazer Grand Arena 2025. We're continuing on our Week 1 matchups, and this time we've got a potential for a really hype matchup here. Chile's AlphaU against the United States' Flames tier. These guys are really close in seeding as well, so this could be a battle to remember in this early stage of this tournament. I'm Sad Shiva, joined by Vordy for this match. Vordy, how's it going, brother? How you doing?
It's going great, thank you, Shiba. Yeah, it should be a banger match, especially with the potential strategy this new format introduces, where, you know, if you open up really good start, which will be hard in a matchup this close to have a really strong start on your first pick, or on their opponent's first pick, but that's really going to be able to see the intricacies of the sets and picking into those strategies. But yeah, it should be good. AlphaU coming in as the slight favorite in terms of seeding, as seed 15. Flames tier coming in as the seed 18. Lots of really close skill sets. If you look at the mod categories on their own, no mod is very close between these two players. DT is pretty similar. The Lazer mod, Flames tier clearly had a much better crack at it, but obviously that was the qualifiers. Now that we're in elimination stage at this point already, I believe AlphaU should be much more prepared on this one, but yeah, it should be a really good match.
Yeah, I think what's really cool about the Lazer one is that they are going to be different in every stage, right? And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to change, because these things are still very heavily reliant on practice, right? They do have some side gimmicks, like for example, this one is a freeze frame. With flat by second, this one has a lot of just density reading, essentially, and I don't know how to explain it. Maybe in a way a means of nerve control, but when you get jump scared by suddenly like 20 notes in the same second, like you might get a little overwhelmed, you might get jump scared, you might not be unsure, but you might be unsure about something, 1 or 2 hits, but generally speaking, practice makes perfect on the Lazer mod set. And this one being no exception, especially with the way it is. Most of the time, reading is the main skill set to worry about here on the Lazer mod. But considering we already go into our opening bans of protects here, first ban coming through is going to be that No Mod 1 from Flames tier, with Hidden 2 from Alfie coming up.
Yep, No Mod 1 ban from Flames tier makes complete sense. Alfie had a pretty significant advantage on the No Mod 1 and qualies. Alfie banning the Hidden 2 is interesting. I mean, neither player were super confident on it. The Hidden 2 in qualies was much more flame focused. This Hidden 2 is significantly more aim and stack and awkward focus, so probably significantly less confident there. I believe now we're going to be going into our protects, so the players can, generally speaking, protect the maps that they are the most confident on, that they don't want to get banned. But yeah, talking about the Lazer mods as well, I'm super excited to see the Lazer mods. I've played quite a lot of fun Lazer mods on Lazer myself. A lot of stuff like, you know, traceable with like, you know, hidden, all this weird stuff. Not traceable hidden, but some weird combos. There's a lot of really fun ones, and I do agree, they usually come down to some form of reading and memorization, especially. If you know the song super well that you don't even really need to see the notes to get the rhythm, that helps a lot, especially on stuff like freeze frame in this pool.
Yeah, agreed. I think Lazer mods always has an opening for volatility, which I think is going to be so exciting later on in the stage as well. We're going to be seeing more and more absurd combinations, and I can't wait to see that come out. I'm sure that our map holding team have cooked up a lot of creative avenues for that. I'm sure they've had a lot of fun picking out and having ideas with that being applied, and I think that's part of what makes this tournament so fun. Things can be so unique. I mean, the DT is one thing to note as well. DT this time, instead of just being strictly that 1.5 times speed, it is a variation of speed, right? You have Hole Dwelling, which is 1.3 times speed. You've got DT3, which is 1.2 times speed. And then you have also, you do have to have that at least one traditional DT 1.5 times map, which is in that DT2. But that can vary depending on stage, depending on map, depending on difficulty, and I think that's one thing that also makes little extra spice be applied in this tournament. But with the second ban, coming through, it's going to be the DT3 out from Alfie. Getting rid of that secondary mechanic slot with No Mod 3 being removed here from Flames tier.
Yep, and Alfie's going to go right into their protect, so Alfie protected the tech map, No Mod 4. Makes complete sense given that they got second overall on the No Mod 4 qualifiers. Obviously a bit of a different map, but they should still be super confident. And Flames tier being a very proficient tapping and flowing player, protecting that DT2 slot, and Alfie, unsurprisingly, banning the DT3, which is a bit more stamina focused, but still in that tapping lane. So we're going to see Self-Destruct, which is probably one of the biggest bops of the pool, so keen to see this first.
Yeah, this one's a banger for sure. Sakura Burst doesn't miss, man. And this map particularly is quite unique. Pretty long map as well, if I remember correctly. Generally speaking, about 3 minutes and 40 seconds long. Yeah, it's very much specific to its skill set in that slider aim, with a little bit of extra control around that as well. Tech is the main name of the game with this one, but it isn't as, I wouldn't say, consistently difficult throughout the map. There are a lot of slow sections, a lot of build-ups, a lot of sudden key eye sparks, that switch and go. So, I mean, you will see a lot of cooldown, you will see a lot of moments where our players can relax a little bit and build up to free combo and act, but when those difficult bits hit, they hit really hard, especially in the latter third of the map where it just spikes even further away. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that be the main exciting thing to look out for with our players. Slider Tech is going to be that opening opt for Alpha. I'm not too familiar with Flames Tier's capability on the Tech. But if I remember correctly, I remember Flamestead to be quite a versatile player, very much capable of doing some good stuff, and that is actually reflected in his qualifier results, having it opened up now, having 13th in that No Mod 4 in qualifiers, 774,000 score. Not really a joke here. Qualifiers are still to a similar level to week 1, so difficulty-wise, we're not seeing anything too different.
Yeah, but the other thing, that's very interesting, because it's laser scoring, because it's this system where it's the highest score of 2 maps, AC obviously matters a lot more. A lot of the times, one of the downsides of the traditional Score V2 system is you will see somebody like Malashevsky get, 99% on a no mod 4 or even beyond that, but get one slider break and lose to somebody with like a 97 FC. Here, that 99 would often beat the score or even match it. So if you are a super confident tech player like Alphew, you can be a lot more confident in your consistency, even if Flames tier is still a super strong tech player. If you just feel really, really good on the skill set, I think this type of scoring should favor you overall on average. And number 2, with some of the players we've seen in this tournament, is absolutely no joke at all.
Yeah, for sure. Waiting to see for our players to just load in. I don't actually sure what is.
So I've been looking at the chat. I believe one of the players potentially doesn't have the maps, and they're struggling to download it on direct. They might be looking to just download the entire map pack so they don't get delays in the future. So you might have a bit of a sit, which honestly is probably good to have the delays happen before any maps are played than after.
We don't want any disaster striking here for any of our players. Good thing for these nooks and crannies to be broken out early in, back before the map even starts. But
we got a full listen of the entire song before we even see it played.
True. This is a bop. Hey, I have to say, you call this one of the biggest bops. There are plenty of maps that I would consider also complete GOAT status in terms of how good they are. I mean, first off, our original in Deglaciation from 7, a really, really sick song, let alone a sick map. But plenty more as well that we're going to be seeing in the pool later on in this match. But to start off, we're going to be going with the banger that we've already talked about far too much at this rate. Glad to see finally your players are locked in and ready to go.
Here we go. Alphew, first pick. Oh, definitely want to open strong. This was their best skill set and qualities, as we mentioned. It's their protected pick, so this is where you really want to take the lead here. Strong start, get a nice score lead to give yourself a chance to win this first set. And expect the intro should be pretty good for both players. Flames tier, though, going to be the first to break. And already we can see a massive act difference, which is just going to cascade into an ever-growing score lead for Alphew.
Yeah, already a solid start here from Alphew.
And look how aesthetic that slider looks in this skin, man. Oh, dude.
It's kind of pretty. It's pretty beautiful, yeah. Satisfying to watch it all unfold, but yeah, we're in a bit of a cooldown moment now, building up into our next section. It won't be too long, at least for now. Flames tier clearly not too far away, despite having that combo deficit. Accuracy is a much more valuable asset to take a hold of over your opponent in this match, in this tournament, let alone. Having that high accuracy advantage is going to help you a lot more. Combo, granted, usually king in Score V2, and even more king in solo Score V1, but in this style, in Score V3 we like to call it, it is a pretty clean 50-50. Sits on the same seat as accuracy. With the free combo being built up here, it's time to climb up. The build up will soon approach. Won't be long until we get to see some more difficult sections, and here we go. First set now, more control, a bit more of a rapid intensity, on top of the sliders becoming a little more noticeably rampant running through the map. So far so good for both sides until Flames tier goes down, and that's a big combo game gone. Not only that, but accuracy still not really able to hold any weight over what Alphew has now. 97.98, 98% accuracy now, but that full combo still in strong hands here for this Chilean tech player. I mean, number 2 in qualifiers for a damn good reason, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, with those breaks from Flames tier, likely this pick is done in terms of Alphew winning this map, but at this point, how much of a score lead can Alphew build? Over 3% in the AC lead, still holding that full combo. We have another slow section to get through to build up a little bit of score before we get into the hard part again. If Alphew can manage to get an FC or near FC with like an 800 900k, that's going to give them a really, really good shot at getting this first set.
Yeah, it's a matter of Flames tier stopping the train getting as far away as possible. Even if the train's gone past, you don't want it to go too far out of your reach. We enter the next section of the map. Last minute left to go, and it's a slow build up, but we're going to be seeing a couple of moments that are a bit important to note about, and that miss is really not helpful there. And accuracy also doesn't help either. It's still really low. It's still not climbing up, despite so many moments of cooling down here. I mean, some of these misses here from Flamester are sloppy at this rate. It's practically over already, and now the train's starting to get quite far. Nearly 300,000 score in the favor of AlphaU. Now, the last 30 seconds do still have some moments of the map that could even make this harsher of a loss for Flamester.
Here.
Those cut streams still hit so well here from AlphaU. Not even a drop of accuracy coming through as these sliders, although deceptively difficult, very cheesable, and so very much still in the cover game here for the Chilean player. And that's going to be almost enough to solidify a really strong advantage starting this off.
Yeah, and those unfortunate ending misses from Flamester, it's never, I mean, it's always worth it to claw for any score you can. It helps you on your pick. But Alfie with a massive full combo, 98%. Extremely, extremely good start. And, you know, one thing to consider, a 550k to 900k score gap on Lazer is like the equivalent between like a, I would say like a 270k to 900k score gap on Score V2. It is a massive, massive difference. So with that start, I mean, Alfie, you should have this first set in the bag unless we see something even crazier from Flamester on the opposite side. I mean, he'd have to basically FC and Alfie to perform even worse.
Yeah. So scary prospect now for Flamester in this first set. That being said, it's going to be up to him to decide his fate in this next one. This advantage is really, really high. And also against AlphaU, a player, although very much strong and specialized on maps like Tech, on maps like Hidden. Surprised to not. Honestly, I remember AlphaU being a pretty strong reading player. I'm quite surprised to see Machine Love banned, but that might just be me mixing him up with somebody else. Oftentimes, Hidden was one of those things that AlphaU was considered to be really strong, at least from my studies, but I might be wrong.
And I like the strategy here. You see what he says in the chat. Let's scrap this set and go a Hidden 1. This is a pick that AlphaU would pick, but what he's doing is he said, okay, this set's already over. I lost too hard on that no mod 4 to realistically win this set. I'm not picking my own map. I'm going to pick your map, so you have less fuel in the later sets. I think that is the strategy you want to go for here. The set is almost unwinnable at this point. So yeah, just pick their map, have a good time, and reset for the next one.
A good use now that we're seeing of the set system being strategized differently. We've seen quite a lot of it happen throughout the early stages so far, but this is my first time seeing it while casting, and it's nice to see. That being said, this is a pretty typical map that is very much not difficult to explain. It is your bog standard Hidden 1, at least in modern day. Awkward pattern aim with Hidden applied on top. It's as simple as that, really. I mean, it's Brutal Tome. I mean, you see the name and you already know.
Yeah, this is basically like a, in terms of just the skill set, a test, it's almost a one-to-one to the qualifiers, so you can mirror the qualifier results to this pretty well, and this is another one of AlphaU's best performances, getting 6th overall. With this lead already, you can pretty much already call this first set, but still will be good to see what the players can do, even just to warm up or show their ability as we go into the next maps.
Yeah, this one's going to be a bit of a long journey to get past, as it's kind of already accepted for Flamester to take his fate, but having him take away a map like that from AlphaU is nice to do. Rob him of a future opportunity later on as more maps start to open up for Flamester. I'm curious on how he's going to adapt in this pool, as he's got not really that many no-mod options left. You have a few hard rock and DT options if you wanted to take that.
Yeah, I mean, AlphaU did have a really, really strong hard rock 2 as well. That's the other, you know, big qualifier score that hasn't really been touched. It's a very, very different precision map. It basically couldn't be more different of precision. The qualifiers was flow aim heavy. This one is much smaller circles and more so low BPM, big aim and sliders. But obviously still precision. If AlphaU feels good on it, that could be a direction to go into. Bit of lobby shenanigans though. I think Flamester might have to do a re-download.
Bruh, not again. Poor Flamester.
Yeah, it seems to come up as having no map for this.
With that being said, we can talk a little bit more about the options that he's got. I mean, seed 16 on Hard Rock overall. You could maybe see a Hard Rock 1 being picked up, or even a Hard Rock 3 from Flamester. Could also potentially see a Laser mod being picked. Granted, although quite different, still having a similar ball game as Afterlight, even if the mods were different, it is still very much a reading and practice heavy map. So regardless, really, it's going to be something that Flamester might be able to exploit if he feels that like it, but I'd be afraid of AlphaU, honestly, on a map like this anyway. So I really wonder what option's going to go into next. I mean, Alpha U, I feel like has to go into Hidden 3 at some point.
For sure.
Most likely in the next set, if that isn't his next map, which I would be pretty surprised not to see if it isn't Hard Rock 2. I think those are the other two maps that I would definitely expect Alpha U to pick. Aside from that, kind of a very real estate here for either Alpha U or Flames tier.
Yeah, I think after that gets close, I think a really good pick for Flames tier will be that Hard Rock 3. Flames tier had a great Nomad 3 score. And that snap alt skill set is very similar. Obviously, this Hard Rock 3 has the Hard Rock added, but Flames 2 should be super comfy, especially with Elfie not really being too comfortable on the snap alts and the qualifiers. So I think that's a good way to go. Obviously, the tapping, DT2, DT1. I assume when it's his first pick for this next set, he'll probably just open with his Protect in the same way Alfie did, just to even it out. Hopefully, look for a 1-1 set to just match it out, but. Still waiting on the map shenanigans to sort themselves out.
Poor guy is getting screwed over a little bit by the heat map mirror. So we have to just wait for that to load up slowly but surely. I mean, it's a shame that there's so little to say about a map like Ego, where it is probably the most simple bog standard map we know. It's just simple as that, really.
I mean, the background's cool. Fuma with
background is cool.
trees.
Yeah, Fuma with the big Nikes. It's pretty fire. I mean, we can talk about some bangers, Body. You talked about how Self-Destruct was one of the big super bangers, but I'm telling you now, Flood Warning, the Hard Rock 3, is absolutely awesome. I love that song so much. On top of that, I mean, you've got Deglaciation, like we said before, our OS original, that we could see as the tiebreaker if this decides to be a close series later on. It wasn't a close start, but you know, maybe in the second set we'll see something different. But yeah, I think Hard Rock 3 is probably my favorite song in this map pool.
Yeah, I don't think I listened to too much of it when I was looking at the map pool, so I'll assume hopefully Flames tier picks it and I'll get to hear it in full.
Yeah, Limanen is such a lovely artist. They've made some really nice songs before. I mean, Please Replay, I think, is probably one of her most famous songs. And that was really, really good.
But it looks like not just that this map will work, but hopefully the rest should be fine without any delays. I believe Flames tier already checked. So here we go, Hidden 1. Obviously, reiterating this, Flames tier picked this, but this is realistically an Alpha U map. Flames tier most likely picking it to remove a pick from the future, as this set is likely already over for him. So here we go. Anti-aim, awkward, hidden.
Yeah, not really much else you can talk about. It's kind of simple as, really. I mean, already a couple misses there from Alpha U, maybe a little bit of a slight misread. I believe that might have even been on the tapping there, because it didn't really seem like he misaimed those. I think it was more just the tapping and then the reaction shake afterwards of the miss. But that's given Flamester a pretty good early advantage at the soft, but it's not going to be long until he brings that back, especially with that accuracy difference already 2% in the favor of Alpha U, despite having that superior miss count.
Yeah, and usually that accuracy will indicate more comfort later on. Both players were pretty solid on this, but Alpha U obviously having the lead in the qualifiers, both players missing at the same point as well. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised by how difficult a lot of these maps are, this one included already at this first round stage. Obviously lots of extremely potent players playing, but we can see misses at both sides, but Alpha U with that massive ACK lead, giving that score advantage. And realistically speaking, with a 380k score lead from the first map, not much Flimster can do here.
You had a solid advance to start, having that high combo game, but now being flipped back on its head. Still 10,000 score to be really close, so it's definitely still anyone's map, but we've got a little bit of a while until the difficulty starts to hit, just like here. First up jumps before the second Kiai, and it's gonna go in the favor of Flames tier, as Alpha U will drop that combo, but not long after the trade from Flames tier comes through, and it's still that accuracy to give Alpha U that comfort safety net of score to, even if having that small disadvantage, keep him in the lead by about 14,000 score. These big jumps about to come through. Surely now going to trip up Flamester. No! Impressively hit that as we go into the guitar solo section. A moment where if Flamester hits this, a lot of combo game could be built. It's up to him really as to whether or not he can get this going. Some of the accuracy is going to be so scary to maintain with these rapid bursts and jumps. Jumps coming through again after the burst, and it's not going to be enough here for Flamester. He's down, and it's back to the flip in favor of Alpha U.
And some of these patterns, some of these angles are just brutal. We saw Flamester get through quite a difficult horizontal section, but missing after. I mean, holding on to your combo for any solid amount of time on a map like this is quite a challenge. Never really gives you a chance to let up. Always have to be on your tippy toes. Another huge difficult part here. Alf, you getting through the brunt of it though. 97 does find a break. But as we get towards the end of this map, be a very solid first set for Alfie.
Yeah, like we said, this wasn't necessarily intended to be a map that Flamester could bring this back on. Kind of already knew he wanted to scrap the set. And even so, he's put up a decent fight, but you need a lot of score in your favor to get this done. 389,000 score, and that's just not what we're seeing here. In fact, not even lead in the first place. 40,000 score in favor of Alpha U to close out the set, and it's going to be set one taken in his favor. And with that, his hidden one is taken away, but I don't know. I feel like Flamester might be regretting his choice with going to this one. Only a 40,000 score difference. That is measly, and very much a capable disadvantage to overtake in the second map. So maybe Flamester regretting that pick, especially considering that Alpha U still has Hard Rock 2 and Hidden 3 open.
Yeah, I think maybe Hard Rock 2 I can understand because it's such a different precision map, but I feel like Hidden 3 is probably more of a safe bet if you want to pick an Alpha U map. But Flamester going to go right into the No Mod 2, so picking the Flow Aim / Techie Cut Stream map, kind of a mix of both of those skill sets. A little bit surprised he went right into this first before some of his more confident picks, but this should be a very good map for Flamester as well, being a very, very, very good Flow Aim player.
Flamester, generally speaking, a pretty well-versed, spread-out mechanics player. Hard Rock, no mod. A little bit of DT as long as it isn't too overbearing on the skill ceiling. And this might be no exception. Are we floating in space? Generally speaking, BPM-wise, not too difficult on the tapping requirement. It's very much more on that foam and that cut stream difficulty that's going to hit you hard. First half mostly consisting of that difficult cut stream difficulty, but later on, towards the second half of the map, it's going to be a lot more heavy on the flow aim, and that's when your stamina will be rounded down just a little bit, and that's where I think Flamester is looking to edge that win out. This is a OS original from the Perennial 2024, and very much a fan favorite. I think this is one of the most more beloved maps that we saw in that tournament.
Yeah, and you know, if I had to, bet on who would win this map, I'd probably guess Flamester and we see Alfie with the first break, but I feel like Alfie should still be able to hold on, at least get a solid score, but we can already see a lot of struggles. This map does not let out with some of those angles, but Flamester going to find a break, however, coming out the gate with a massive AC lead should help him quite a lot. As we approach the quarter-way mark of this map, both players finding several misses on these brutal angle changes and cuts.
Yeah, for sure. Although combo game very much evenly matched, accuracy 2% in the favor of Flamester, but you need a lot more here. And I think, honestly, the secondary Flame second is going to be where Flamester is going to be able to excel. This is going to be a lot more in his ball game, I feel. With that cut stream difficulty, it's going to add like a slight little hit of reading as well, and a slight little bit of finger control. And if you're not prepared even in the slightest, you can lead to a bit of a slip up in terms of your combo game. And this might be a slight thorn in the spine of Flamester here. If this is made to be really close later on, this is going to be rough, and he's missed out on that short cut stream section. And Flamester's combo advantage is slowly being thinned away. His accuracy as well being slowly thinned away. Alpha U is building the comeback.
Yeah, Alfie managed to hit that very brutal techie section, and that makes sense considering their skill set. And now these back and forths, Alfie still managing to hold that combo. How long can they do it for? They could come out this first Flamester pick with a win on the map. It would be so huge for them. Alfie still holding on through this brutal section.
It's a dream scenario here for Alpha U. I mean, even if you missed out on this combo here, you don't need to win. You don't need to even lose in a close fashion. The fact that you have this lead alone is massive here. It's all just about suppressing the value that Flamester can make off of his own pick, and that value is effectively 0 right now. What we initially thought was a huge potential easy win here for Flamester is now being snuffed away and given a near 12,000 lead now in favor of Alpha U here, and that's really rough now if you're Flamester. You don't want to be conceding this. Your own pick by 11,000, granted not a stomp, but you really hope that your own pick would be a bit more one-sided, especially with Alpha U having so many options still.
Yeah, this puts Flamester in an awkward spot. Obviously, it's not a huge deficit. It's not like the same as we saw in the first set, but this is going to be Alpha U's pick, and you need to win the pick by that same margin. Alfie going into that hidden 3 we talked about is just being an Alfie map all over it. It's a hidden techie map. Funnily enough, it has a lot of some of the flow aimy kind of cuts we saw before, along with a lot of really gnarly slider patterns that should favor Alfie, and being obviously hidden. So this should be in Alfie's ballpark. Flamester, though, could find it within himself to manage to take this pick. He kind of needs it as well. If you're down 2 sets already, it's going to be a rough start to come back from.
Yeah, this is a very volatile map and a very short one at that as well. So any big combos built up in this first half is going to really matter. Already first blood dropped super early here from Flamester, but nothing too worrisome just yet. But this map really doesn't stop in terms of difficulty. You've got plenty of patterns here that you have to worry about. You've got these sliders, you've got the aim, you've got the stacks, and you have some of the scary flow aim that we're going to be seeing soon. I mean, at the moment it's not too crazy, just generally speaking a little bit of snap and aim control, but there's the first stream that's going to trip up the Flamester. The Alfie missing earlier on not too long ago. And these sliders up next, I mean, slowly but surely, it's a long, scary loss here.
Those slider patterns look so satisfying to hit, but you can see here, Flamester did a pretty good job holding onto the combo early on, but the Accolade is giving Alfie such a massive boost, even with Alfie trading misses along with Flamester. It's that Act that's doing the damage, but still not an unrecoverable lead, especially with the slight combo lead. I mean,
Flamester, instead of misses there, going to drop his accuracy by a long shot from about high 94s to now 93. With Alfie still scraping just over 97 accuracy. Combo game also in his favor. This is really rough here for Flamester. You have a flame section here that could save your skin if you manage to hit it. And this is where, honestly, the high stakes matter. This is still a pretty close scoreline. Sliders jump
protection.
Hit that big flow aim now. Flamester misses, but still it matters accuracy. Is there going to be a chain miss from the other side? No, it's not going to happen. Another miss from Alfie, but it's not going to matter. 70,000 score still there. Flamester can't gain the Ack, and that's going to be his downfall in the second set, as this might just be his fate sealed here for set 2.
Yeah, I think Alfie just too strong on this hidden 3. Flamester making a good showing to not make this an absolutely big loss, but the main mistake was just losing your first pick. You needed to get a bigger score lead. Maybe it would have been more worth it to pick something like the DT2. It should have been a more confident strength. But Alfie here, opening up this match with 2-1 sets, you now have 3 different sets, all to have a chance to end the match. So a big cavern that Flamester has to come out of to win this one.
Yeah, versatility from Alfie is showing no bounds, as he's, regardless of really what's been showing up, he's been the one to win it, even if by close margins. Doesn't mean much. 3C difference. There's so much more victories, and honestly, this might be a byproduct of Flamester not really practicing the pool. I mean, I've seen multiple instances now in chat of him just saying, I've been sight reading, or I can't sight read this.
I have seen this as well.
You can argue this is kind of his fault here, that he's let this go through, because now he's facing elimination with one more set left, and he can't really pull through anything. It's kind of a done deal.
Yeah, I mean, especially if he's actually sight reading. I mean, that Lazer map it goes from being a pretty big strength in qualifiers to an unpickable map. Yeah, freeze frame is, you would have to be an absolute GN level monster to sight read freeze frame.
Yeah, it takes some serious reading capability to do that sight reading. Practicing, not as much. I mean, a good amount of players could probably play it to a consistent level with enough practice, but to sight read flat by second with freeze frame is a bit silly, a bit ludicrous. Now for you, going to be going into his mechanical sides here. We're going to be playing Dematori, as he says himself. DT2 285 BPM burst speed.
Alfie taking into Flamester's Protect, which I don't think you can do, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong. Yeah, you can see the referee saying you cannot do that. But Flamester will probably just pick it after anyway.
Tisk. I wonder what made him decide to pick into that. Maybe he's just that confident.
It's either confidence or just like, hey, you're sight reading the pool, I'll give you a vote. I don't know. That's maybe my guess. But Hard Rock 3 here. Actually, yeah, this is the song I wanted to see. Also thought it was a bit of a Flames tier map, but could be proven wrong.
Agreed. I mean, I think what makes this a little bit more in the favor of Valve is that he is the stronger player statistically on Hard Rock 2. And this Hard Rock 3 particularly, although is very alt snap aim heavy, it is also decently high in its circle size. It's 5.9, not usual 5.2 that you would expect. So precision is still something to worry about on a map like this, even if the mechanical mapping style and pacing is what really makes this difficult. I'm really curious on how this is going to work out, as Flames tier unfortunately again seems to be finding trouble with getting the map on this game.
Such is life. Apparently some maps had updates, so maybe that's what's doing it. But yeah, I mean, CS 5.9 on this skill set, it just sounds devious to hold any combo on.
I love the song. Like the little chorus jingle, I just love it.
Yeah.
It's so fun. Like, I don't know, I hear it and I just think about like rapid cut people dancing in a colorful anime opening or something. Like, it's such a vibe of a song.
Friends, I feel it. I think the map itself I'm just biased towards because I love Hard Rock ult. So any map that's Hard Rock ult, I'll enjoy.
This isn't even like ult in and of itself. It is rapid snap aim with finger control applied as well. There was some bursts sprinkled in there too. This is probably one of the hardest maps in the pool, in all honesty. Aside from DT2, I'd say. This is probably one of the hardest maps in the pool.
I'd probably agree just because of how easy it tends to be to miss on these kind of snappy, higher BPM maps. With CS 5.9, this is probably one of the hardest maps to get an actual FC on in the entire in the pool. Now I'm just praying for Flames tier's internet to connect.
Me too, man. There's not really much I can talk about here. Just wait. I mean,
actually, okay, maybe the most banger. Sorry, we were talking about bangers in the pool to just pad time. Maybe for me, it's actually hard. It's like the first half of Hard Rock 1 where you get the backing vocals. That is maybe the sauciest part of this entire pool for me.
I can see that. I think I find Divine Deal to be a really, really good song. It's a big banger for me. There are loads of bangs in this pool. I'm very grateful for this LGA, at least so far, to have a lot of really fun, exciting songs. I mean, we've got what? Are We Floating in Space? Self-Destruct, Machine Love, Will Start Setting High, Yorokonde, Divine Deal, which is a Corsair's Open 2022 original for 32 as a tiebreaker, which is an absolutely fire map. Garden really doesn't miss with those TVs. I mean, it's probably one of the fan favorite maps we have here. We've got loads more other maps in the pool too. I mean, we've been talking about quite a few, but not only do we have the ones we've already talked about, we have Take a Breath, which is a really nice slower paced song. We've got Hard Rock 3, we've already talked about. Hole Dwelling, what a banger. Demotori, DT2. I mean, so many.
Also, for a moment there, the stream overlay swapped to the lobby. Yeah, there's the download meter. You can see it is crawling. It's getting there though. It's getting there, ever so slowly. Come on, you got this. You got this downloading that bar. Oh man.
Can we get some cheers in chat for Flames Tears ISP?
Just raise your hands. Do the spirit bomb.
Raise your swords.
Do the spirit bomb from Dragon Ball Z to support Flames.
Raise your hands
internet.
or your swords, depending on whatever you want. Like,
yeah, it works too.
Give some hype for his internet, please. Oh look, it's moving! Go!
Yeah, I feel like it has moved faster.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe you just need some encouragement.
How is he even able to connect to Bancho?
I have
being this
no
slowed down
idea.
on the Osu map. Like with doesn't it? I don't know about you, Body, but like, doesn't it for you take like almost a blink of an eye to download an Osu map?
Usually, yeah. I think a couple times. I think at one time I downloaded so many maps that got like rate limited, but like other than that, it's usually pretty fast unless I'm downloading something else, obviously.
Yeah.
What?
I can see.
There we go. Come on. There we importing.
Oh, importing. Surely that's internal, right? Yes.
Huge. Ready. Let's go.
We did it.
Let's play some Osu.
See, your cheers, chat. Your cheers help this happen. Shout out to everyone in chat. Shout shouting out their cheers and praises.
It worked. It
As,
got faster.
Flamestier can now be grateful to have downloaded an absolute banger of a map. And a banger of a song on top of that too. Flood Warning, here we go. Picked by Alfie, what we expected to be Flamestier's pick. We're finally back into it, thank goodness. I was starting to get some withdrawals from my Osu casting addiction. And you can already see this map is really, really difficult. Super rapid on those snaps. Some of the aim patterns as well, like, kind of rotate over time, and the angling can be a bit awkward if you're not too prepared for them. And so far, so good here for Alfie, holding on to that intro difficulty section, with Flamestier being the one to drop first blood.
And except that circle size as well cannot be understated. I mean, this type of map would already be pretty difficult on 5.2. 5.9, you're just not really used to playing a map like this at that circle size for most people. So that adds a lot of room for failure. As you've seen both players drop Flamestier now with the biggest combo, and Axe are roughly even. So really anyone's game right now.
Still very close. Flamestier losing that combo advantage, and accuracy still being really close, so it's not going to be too big of a gap for Alfie to build. That being said, combo is still a thing and still very much present to help you contribute to your win. And on a combo now gone, back in the favor of Flamestier, especially now as accuracy is closing in into the favor of Flamestier. That's suddenly flipped back into his favor now. 20,000 score after the spinner coming through, and the break is shown. Flamestier very much aware. He's in the lead, but Alfie is catching his tail. It's not going to be long until things get spicy once again.
Alfie chain missed a pretty big section in the bottom left. I think maybe his aim hand kind of giving out on that section. Maybe showing some aim fatigue as we go deeper into this map, and Flamestier climbing in the accuracy, meanwhile Alfie dropping. Will build up that lead for Flamestier, which is desperately needed after the first 2 sets.
I mean, some of these angles, like, they look so acute, but you have to still snap them from the way they're positioned. And so, yeah, aim fatigue is a big deal on this map. You have to be so precise, so ready. You notice Flamestier having a little bit more of a shaky hit after focusing on most of the aim patterns now. And as we get back into that recurring jingle section with the jumps, it's still in the lead of Flamestier at 61,000 score. Not really the most comfortable lead you want here from Alfie to be dealing with, but it's still 55,000 score, not the worst scenario. With that miss from Flamestier making it a little bit more close, more misses coming through from Flamestier as well. It's slowly closing in favor of Alfie. And there's so
Alfie
little time left to go.
Yeah.
I mean, he's closed this gap from 60k to 10,000. I think Alfie, although upset with maybe losing it, can breathe a sigh of relief that he's at least not let him get away too far.
Yeah, I mean, 10k score lead, not too bad. I mean, especially after Alfie picked the DT2. Maybe Alfie picked it for Flamestier, I don't know. But regardless, we should see Flamestier pick DT2 here. There we go. This should be Flamestier's biggest map favor, his biggest comfort. Will really depend on how Alfie can compete on the speed. But a lot of the times, that really, really high BPM ends up being a bit of a blind spot for some players. And if it is, Flamestier should be able to build up enough of a lead to secure the set. Hopefully for him, to make it a little bit more closer.
Yeah, Demontroid coming in. This was the Flamestier pick. Regardless, I mean, this one could have potential to be really, really close, considering Alfie and Flamestier both were eager to pick this one. And this is a very mechanically intensive map as well. 285 BPM, raw speed 10.3. This map holds no bars, and it is around for a long time too. You know, that time that you see down there is inaccurate. It is not 4 minutes and 55 seconds long, and not tie-breaking length at least. That's for Hard Rock 1, if you'll see that later.
Yeah.
But this one is still at a really, really long length. This is 3 minutes and 16 seconds of this amount of difficulty. That's long for a DT map. I mean, you can't really understate it. Also being one of the highest star rating map in this pool, 7.8 stars. It is just a raw mechanics test here. And both our players so far playing this really, really well to high efficiency. No misses either just yet. 200 combos still gaining. And finally, Alfie used the miss to start this off.
A big miss from Alfie. Alfie was holding up at the beginning, but a pretty big AC loss now puts the lead over to Flamestier. Flamestier dropping as well, so won't be running away with it, but still solid lead for now and plenty of map left to go to build that up.
I think one thing to be worried about with this map as well is the intense guitar session we're going to be seeing midway. I mean, speed being a big peak in this particular section here. It's going to be a lot more later on, though, and if that fatigue hits one of these players a little hard, any particular chain miss could be seriously make or break, as this is still anyone's map. Accuracy, though, in the favor of Alpha, at least so far, 94.95 now, just barely. For AlphaU, combo game dead even, not really the thing to worry about right now. Nearly 2.5% in the favor of Flames tier. This level is really, really valuable.
But you know what, AlphaU, after that break, holding that combo now, matching it out. If Flames tier manages to find a break and AlphaU can combo, there is a chance here. It might be very tough with how brutal this section is. Flames tier does find a break. AlphaU now in the combo lead, but does find a miss on the aim right after. And several misses as well with some act loss. Puts Flames tier back in the driver's seat. Oh, this is the part where the song goes crazy. This is probably one of the sickest guitar sections of all Ozu songs.
And this bit matters as well. There are some very dense patterns, especially with the tapping right there. This Flames tier still holds strong. Proving so far to be the mechanically superior player, but there's still a lot more to go, particularly right here. In control at an absolute max here. This matters more than anything for Flames tier. As long as he can hold on, keep consistent flow, he's got it all in the bag. He lands everything beautifully here. Only a couple 100s dropped. And it feels like AlphaU's fate on this set is sealed, as Flames tier is running ahead for the hills, with still a great combo lead on top of the accuracy. Unless a collapse is to ensue, this seems like it might just be all but done here for Flames tier.
Yeah, I mean, you should just get like a instant win for performing better in that guitar solo section. That should just be the entire map. But yeah, I mean, with the score lead and combo and act lead, pretty much should be over for the set, especially with that 10k advantage for the first map. But man, Flames tier with the huge 700 combo. AlphaU as well, actually had a 400 combo, but gone now. But Flames tier just doing fantastic on this ending.
Oh, this ending here is super fast paced as well, and he just passes the test with flying colors. What a gorgeous close to the map here from Flames tier. 70k now, 757 from Flames tier. What a dominant map performance from him. 7 misses and really solid accuracy to boot, considering how difficult the map is. Remember, this is 285 BPM. Flames tier is a damn strong speed player, as we can clearly see. I mean, AlphaU, I think, seemingly really solid on the tapping. It felt more like the reading was the issue, and he says it himself. That 10.3, with how volatile and dense and difficulty the map is, can lead your senses to be a little overwhelmed.
For sure, but back into the next set. Flames tier with a point on the board up against AlphaU's 2 sets. And for this next set, I believe Flames tier will actually be picking again as the first pick. Now, what does he want to play as the pool is starting to run out of options? It's going to be DT1, so staying in that DT lane makes sense. You won the DT2, DT3 was banned. This is much more of an A map, but still on the, I believe on the higher AR side, from what I recall.
Oh, yes.
Yep, 10.3. So if that 10.3 is a struggle point for AlphaU, maybe that's where you can find an advantage.
This map is so good, man. Song is a banger, but map is even bigger of a banger.
I love any map that does like a structural gimmick. Obviously, this one, the gimmick is you're going left to right, over and over. I kind of wish more maps did stuff like that. Obviously, I understand why it's a lot of effort to map like that, but I always love to see it.
I mean, there's only someone like Melon Boy who can make these maps so specific, so obvious to its gimmick, yet still so playable, so fun, and so viable for tournaments. And it's just such a fun map to play. I mean, you could look from the outside in and think, hey, this may be a little bit more repetitive, but nah, man. When you play it, when you're in there, when you see players pop off, especially towards the biggest spikes towards the latter third of the map, it is so fun to see and so satisfying to watch. Generally speaking, for the most part, these guys are going to be aiming up and down vertically constantly with only slow shifts left and right. Almost a little bit like a spiral. That's kind of the goal of the gimmick here. But the map is great, the song is great, and there are still some moments to look out for, like the slider aim is going to be a moment about halfway through the map, I believe, is going to have a bit of a jump scare in both the slider aim and the bursts. There's a very specific quad that's really easy to trip up on if you're not prepared for it. So we're going to have to wait and see on whether or not these two here can pop off and be prepared for it. So far, so good for both sides. Accuracy in the favor of Flames here this time. 97.6 in this new set. Looking to make this a tiebreaker set.
Yeah, but so far, both players holding on to the combos, but the map picks up here. You can see on the spacing, and man, you just get thrown into a trance playing this. The constant vertical is going side to side, but neither player finding that miss. Is going to be Alfie with the first break. Now Flamester almost over-aiming that slider take, but doesn't. Alfie dropping again. Now Flamester with a big lead. Does find a break though, but still has that ACK advantage. Give him a head start here.
Yeah, well done here so far from Flamester. Still keeping that accuracy close, even if the combo game is not in his favor, but this is a good moment here to build up as well. I mean, this 10.3 it feels a bit more frightening, honestly, even if the patterns are a bit more predictable. Excuse me. It only really feels scary before you even got onto the patterns. Once the chain starts, it's a little easy, but still, moments like these are so abrupt and so sudden, you can get really caught off guard. Their accuracy is very high from both sides, but it's not going to be long until we're going to see some very scary slider aim, including this jump scare burst that I'm just expecting someone to miss on, and there's Flamester to miss. Alfie clean on the draw, knows exactly what he's coming at him before he hits it, and so this combo lead is going to really help as long as these sliders can hit. I mean, the guy loves sliders, the guy loves tech. Maybe this is the time for him to shine even brighter, to overtake, closing the gap now from what was initially a 60k deficit to only 20.
I think you're right. I mean, that wiggle is reminiscent of a tech pattern, and those sliders follow in that suit. So that section favoring Alfie significantly now, over 600 combo. Still behind on accuracy, but the score lead is closing, and even if he doesn't necessarily win this map, any score you can get is huge. But Alfie still building that up, hitting the spiral section.
It's going to be once again an abrupt awakening here, and down goes Alfie. He is tripped up by the jump scare of the final Ki time, and that's given Flamester more than enough room to keep that lead ahead. Only by very thin margins though. 20,000 score and starting to climb up as the jumps get harder and harder. Not really much else Alfie can do. He has to face the music, knowing that his accuracy is far too low to really contest. Combo game can only do so much. Even with the advantage he had for so long throughout this map, it wasn't enough to overtake. There wasn't even a score lead he could have. It wasn't going to happen, whether he wanted to or not. Flamester was still in control. Accuracy proving to be the big factor to worry about in this tournament. Flamester proving it well. 40,000 score in his favor. Maybe slightly close in, assuming there may be a couple slip-ups, but it doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, it will be gaining, as Flamester will secure a relatively comfy 50,000 score lead. These maps for the last few sets have been very close. This one being no exception. Flamester with a lead. Alfie is going to have to overtake soon. Hopefully close enough to maybe get us to a set 5.
Yeah, and there we go. 53k score. A pretty solid lead for the first pick. Definitely not something that isn't doable for Alfie to come back from, but this deep into the pool with the maps that are left, it's going to be hard to find those huge advantages. And it's going to be Hard Rock 1, so glad to see it. Won't be that Hard Rock 2 we talked about, but obviously it was such a different precision map, it's kind of up in the air. It's really down to Alfie's just comfort with that, whether or not that was a pick, but it's going to be the Hard Rock 1, 5-minute long map. Just an overall consistency test. It's a tiebreaker originally, so you're going to see a large variety, a large mix of skill sets.
Go. Hard Rock 1 being locked in, Divine Ordeal. I mentioned it before. Pretty banger Corsace original from Corsace Open 2022, I believe. Or 2023, one of those two stages. Very early stage, first stage, in fact, tiebreaker. And it was to a very strong success. I think it's gained a lot more popularity now in recent years, now that people have had more time to look back and enjoy the ones that they may have missed on before. But this is indeed tiebreaker length. This is 5 minutes long. And with Hard Rock applied as well, you'd imagine consistency and nerve control is really the name of the game with this one. But generally speaking, the mapping style is pretty neutral and pretty consistent. It is a light tech flow aim test with some instances of slider aim, some instances of hitting control, but generally speaking, nothing too crazy for our players to handle.
Yeah, and remember, for Alfie to win this set, lead to win this pick by a little bit over 50k, that early miss isn't necessarily going to help. The techie sections, the ulti sections, cut streams, those parts of the map should overall favor Alfie, but Flamesteer will be no slouch on this either, and showing it with this early combo lead. And it's these backing vocals that I really like a lot.
Oh yeah, I hear him. This is really cool, actually. It reminds me of another song that I can't like pinpoint the name of, but I know what it is. It's like a flowing free mod from OWC 2021. It reminds me slightly of that, even if the vocals are a bit more pronounced. Good start here from Flamesteer though, unrelated, back into the match. After you with that combo break. You know, unlike most of the other maps in this pool, generally speaking, combo game becomes more and more valuable the shorter the map is, but this map, if you build up some free combo after hitting some difficult sections, you have loads and loads of time to build that combo lead to the point where it becomes a genuine threat. And, well,
Flamesteer,
that threat's no longer existing anymore.
Flamesteer does find a break, but with the lead Flamesteer has accrued, Alfie needs to win this by 50k, and if neither player can really build a massive combo, whoever ends up winning likely won't win by the largest margin, and that should favor Flamesteer. It's one of the downsides of picking these like very difficult to combo maps. The score lead for the winner likely won't be that high in magnitude.
Oh, solid advantage solidified here from Flamesteer. It's not really much of an ordeal that Alpha can really deal with here. Big stream there, miss from Alpha again, and hit cleanly here from Flamesteer. Guy's clearly a very console player on a map like this. You're starting to question a little bit why Alpha would pick this, aside from the fact that if he wanted to get this set done and over with. This might be another strategic pick where he's just, you know what, we're gonna just get one of his strongest picks out of the way, which I honestly am not too surprised about. Flamesteer is a really strong hard rock player, but Alpha, although generally speaking known for being specialized in tech and hidden, is also a very well-rounded player, very much strong enough to do really well on a multitude of maps. But this does seem like a strategic pick here from Alpha to eliminate one of those picks from Flamesteer into the final set.
Yeah, it could be, but Flamesteer does win this one, which is looking like it will happen. That puts you in a 2-2 set situation where you have to play the tiebreaker, and also, yeah, kind of puts it up in the air. I think maybe it was just a case of there wasn't really any picks left that was a significant advantage. Flamesteer is kind of just performing here.
Yeah. And this cumulative score lead here from Flamesteer is exceeding now 130,000 score. You need so much from Alpha to overtake. This kind of feels already all but over. There's only a minute and a half left to go, and you've got no accuracy lead, dead even combo, which is not what really matters here anymore. Maybe you could see a potential threat had this been Scorpy 2, but not here. Minute left to go. BPM ramping up a little bit more with a little bit extra control being peppered in. There's some slider aim. As we get into final DI time, another miss from Alpha. Might have just sealed his fate on this set in this fourth set. Flamesteer has managed to come back from the brink, being 2 sets down, and now bringing this back into a tiebreaker set.
Yeah, and a really, really good score for Flamesteer as well. This map is no joke, and now Flamesteer kind of running away with the momentum here. It was Alfeu to take up the first 2 sets with a resoundingly confident first pick with the Tech Map FC. But since then, Flamesteer falling back, and now will tie the sets up, giving us that tiebreaker chance. Well, I mean, guaranteed tiebreaker.
Yeah. That's going to happen. We are going to be seeing our original on top of 2 other maps coming through. So these guys will have a chance at still flexing some of their own muscles on their respective maps, but this time there's no throwing anything away. These guys really need to be playing what they see as their absolute best, at least of what's left. Hard Rock 2 is still open, most notably. Hidden 3, I believe, is still open. Wait, am I wrong? No, I think Hidden 3 was actually picked. Never mind.
Hidden 3 was picked, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
have
Hard Rock 2, the Lazer map.
Lazer mod, yes! Oh.
Is it just those 2 maps?
Yeah, it is.
Might be.
Last two maps plus the original coming through.
So we're gonna see a CS 7.8 map, a freeze frame map, and then an original big skill set banger tiebreaker. A very eclectic bag of maps.
Here's the thing. I feel like this is in favor of Flames Tier. If Flames Tier can at least put up a fight here on Hard Rock 2, he's going to be able to get a decent advantage on Flat Bad second. And this mech tech map in the original, although it's techie for AlphaU, the mechanics are something that's going to be a lot more important, especially later on where fatigue is going to be a big issue here. I favor Flames Tier in this matchup, but AlphaU is AlphaU. I mean, he's a really strong player in that Hard Rock 2. We saw it in qualifiers, and we have to see it this time, surely. It really is a matter on whether or not it works. And considering the fact that AlphaU and Flames Tier are both admitting now that they haven't practiced, I'm starting to get concerned here.
Dude.
This is now suddenly went from something that I predicted to be really cool, close, and exciting to now being just a scrap. A complete scrap.
Here's the thing though, the scrap still matters a lot, right? Because with the tiebreaker, it's going to be so difficult. Once again, it's going to be similar to the Hard Rock 1 thing where whoever wins won't win by the biggest margin because you're not likely getting a massive score lead, right? Because you just won't get a big combo. I feel like really where you're going to need to build that score lead is going to be this Lazer map and the Hard Rock 2. Now, obviously, if neither players really practice it, it'll be pretty low scores, but any score counts. And then after that, it's just going to be who has the God Precision run will be super, super important. But it's going to start with this. You're going to see two very good players have a sight read on freeze frame to just show you how hard this can be.
Yeah, so freeze frame, one thing that needs to be noted is that per unique combo color, every single note from that combo color set will appear at the exact same time. Approach circles will be different in pacing, but all of the notes themselves will appear at the exact same time, which leads to a significant reading test. And this is why I say practice means perfect. This is the kind of thing where you need to be preparing very diligently. You know, with these new mods coming through, our players are not used to them one bit. Nobody really has had long-term experience on these Lazer map pools. Lazer mods, sorry, having been very accustomed to playing stable formats in tournaments. So anyone who can just really win by the seat of their pants here is really going to be what matters. As I mean, both these players noticeably and blatantly struggling to a pretty crazy degree, but it is going to be Flames Tier who's in that lead by the accuracy margin.
Yeah, I mean, Flames Tier doing a better job at the sight read here, but for the actual score lead, it won't be super, super impactful, but you never know. Any difference here that Flames Tier can build up might matter, but yeah, this is this is not sight readable at all.
Yeah, I was about to say there might be an instance where this is actually probably a bit easier to sight read, at least this specific linear pattern here. But yeah, not these.
Yeah.
These little cone triangle patterns are a lot more easy to sight read, but these ones here that overlap like zigzags, that's rough. That's near impossible to fully accurately sight read. I mean, yeah, simple as, if you don't practice this, you're cooked. You are cooked. You're not gonna win. But thankfully neither of them did, so someone's just gonna get lucky, and it seems like Flames Tier the one who Lady Luck favors more in this.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's luck. That's a hard fought 5K score lead. That is no luck in there.
Oh my gosh. These are currently the 15th and 18th strongest Lazer tournament players in the world.
Well, sight reading freeze frame is tough. It is tough. But yeah, big 6K score lead in the bag for Flames Tier. Hopefully, imagine if that ends up being the difference. That would be absurd. That would be hilarious. That would be so funny.
Oh, I see a lot of Dynamas in chat, and I love that. You guys know all too well what to type in situations like this. Oh, O's live chat is just perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody for your Dynamas. It truly was a Dynamo map there. And next map coming through is going to be that Take a Breath Glacier Hard Rock 2. And in all honesty, I mean, knowing that neither of these guys have practiced, I don't know what to think about, because this is another map that really is pretty important to know and study. It's a slow-paced map, very consistent, but has instances where you just get jump scared randomly out of nowhere from some really scary, be it flow aim, linear aim, or sleight of aim patterns. This is very high precision, Bordy.
It is very high precision. It's definitely more sight readable. Obviously, practicing it would definitely help quite a lot. But yeah, I mean, some of the spacings on the patterns where you have to snap from a node to a slider, and the ticks especially can really catch you off guard. At this circle size, can be very, very easy to miss a slider tick, so we'll probably be seeing some of that. But I mean, I would arguably say this is the most important map of the set, because this is likely where you'll see the highest potential score difference. So this is really where somebody can make the brunt of the lead.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to compare previous Hard Rock 2 scores, it was AlphaU who took a really convincing lead on Malaka in qualifiers, having 942,000 score compared to Flames Tears in 796. Number 5 for AlphaU and number 16 for Flames Tears. So it is pretty clear that on paper AlphaU is very much the favorite player, but when you're sight reading something like this, it's different, especially with how volatile this CS is. Flames Tears is a strong Hard Rock player. You can't doubt him even if the CS is this absurd. We have to wonder if AlphaU can kind of filter that performance from qualifiers, even if he hasn't practiced like he would want to in qualifiers.
Yep, 2 minutes 48, potentially the fate of the match, the deciding factor for the winner, coming down to a CS 7.8 map, which is just all the more nerve-wracking. But neither player finding any misses too early on. We'll see that change soon with that drop in Flames tier. And another thing, something about small circle maps like this, especially at lower BPM, just really hard to act. I don't know why, but they just are.
Yep. Straight up, just hard to act, man. And that mostly has to do with where you aim, not necessarily where you tap. Rhythms are not the difficult thing with high precision maps. It's more like your cursor aiming late, and so your tapping kind of syncing up with that, right? You are kind of culturally, kind of instinctively taught over your thousands of hours of playing the game that when your cursor's there, you click. You don't do anything in the middle ground. And sometimes it doesn't feel that way when you play it, but it really is the case still. And so that's why you still see Yak going down, even if tapping on paper really is still pretty pinpoint accurate, is that cursor being just a little bit late or a little bit too quick on the panic draw to get in there. But Flamester is honestly establishing a solid advantage to start this off. Not to say that he's dominating too heavily on this map, as it's flipping back and forth very quickly, and with Flamester's drop and AlphaU holding strong, including that accuracy advantage now flipped in his favor, it's suddenly gone from a 30,000 lead in favor of Flamester, now quickly in the favor of AlphaU.
Yeah, Flames tier had a very good combo at the beginning. AlphaU built back up, and now it's super even as both players trading misses back to back. AlphaU obviously with that slight act lead, which means as the combos stay even, as time goes on, the score will go to AlphaU. But still no crazy lead here. I mean, it's flipping back and forth constantly. We'll see if either player can make a good run at the ending.
Oh, streams there. One of those few jump scare sections that I would know on this map. Going to lead up tripping Flames tier. AlphaU soon to fall afterwards, but still with the advantage to keep that lead going. 97 to 95, a huge advantage to look out for here. And although combo game is less valuable, still needs to be noted as Flames tier mixing once again on holding onto that advantage. This is a slow burn here for Flames tier.
If the scores stay like this, I mean, then really the tiebreak will kind of just be an isolated map. Since Flames tier had that 6k lead at the beginning, obviously you can mine a 6k from AlphaU right now, but still 35k, 37k, that is no joke. You're talking about a tiebreak as hard as that, so if AlphaU can keep this lead, could do wonders.
I know, honestly, a map this slow might actually be pretty helpful for Flamester's mechanics. His stamina is going to be able to hold up just a little bit, especially considering how rough the intro to Glaciation is. That's going to be what matters. And with the almost spiritual sounding ending there of this Hard Rock 2, it concludes our second map with AlphaU solidifying a 45,000 lead to snuff out that first advantage from Flames tier in map 1 of that set 5, and now 39,000 score in favor of AlphaU into Deglaciation.
All right, and I mean that lead is, you know, it's nice. It's super nice to have, especially if we end up seeing scores in the, you know, 400k-ish range. 39k is no joke. But I mean, Flamester, you talked about the mechanics potentially favoring Flamester. The tech, though, potentially favoring Alpheu. Flamester has a little bit of a hole to dig himself out of, but by no means is it too difficult. And if Hard Rock 1 was anything to kind of indicate, then Flamester definitely has the ability to perform these type of tiebreaker maps. So we'll see what happens. I mean, this is kind of as close as you can really expect a last set to be in one of these matches.
Yeah, Flamester, he's looking to confirm this reverse sweep, having conceded 2 sets in a row to Alpheu to start this off. And there's only one more map left for him to do so, to confirm that reverse sweep opportunity. As we get into Deglaciation, an O's original by Zevon, and an absolute banger at that, mapped by Misty as well. 7.51 stars, CS4 are 9.8, 2 minutes and 47 seconds long, so not traditional tiebreaker length. Doesn't change the fact that this map is really, really brutal in many aspects here, in both tech and in especially mechanics, as we get into the first intro of the map here. Loads of bursts, loads of triples, loads of scary, slightly wiggly and unconventional aim patterns that we see in these bursts and triples. You can see some of them kind of overlap, some of them just edge over the sliders before them, and that makes things a little bit more complex and difficult for our players to fully adjust to, especially after a 7.8 precision map to come through. And Alpheu seems to be the superior player, at least to start this one off. We're about close to halfway through, and it's only 18,000 score.
Yep, not a huge lead, but remember, Alpheu is the one with a 39k score in the bank for the set. And so far, Flamester dropping again. Alpheu now with a pretty big combo lead, given the length of the map, and 97 AC as well to about a 96. Alpheu hitting all of these patterns, this tech skill set that they are so good at. Missing that pattern though gives Flamester a bit of an opening, but still 35k score in the lead.
It's a very small opening. It's a hole through a needle, and it's a hole through a ginormous cavern the size of a pin. It's very, very small, and already snuffed out very quickly after that trade. Actually, the things that matters here, with 1 minute left to go. Stakes are high in this one, guys. This is still not double elimination until top 8. These guys are 1 map loss away from being out of this tournament straight away. This is single elimination. And with this map being the last thing left, Alpheu's advantage is seriously valuable. We have to also remember that he has that 39,000 advantage also in the bag. It's not noted here, but it's present. So Flamester doesn't only need to overtake this 44,000 score, he needs over 40,000 score to overtake this and win the whole thing. And with this final ending section being so absurdly brutal, I mean, it's essentially the same thing as the intro section, but just even harder in terms of the aim requirement. And there is just simply nothing Flamester can do, with Alpheu not only having an advantage already pre-established in the bag as a looming threat over Flamester's ult in this map, it's also the map that he can win on himself, doesn't even need to worry about having that advantage. Unless a collapse towards the ending comes through here, as some falling apart, the stamina's coming through from Alpheu. Wait a second, there's no way.
Oh, there's no
is missing
way.
a lot. Flamester needs to hold on. There's only 5 seconds left for that to go, but it seems like Alpheu still, regardless, can just barely hold on when it matters the most, and it's still going to be him to take down Flamester and win set 5.
I mean, extremely close in the tiebreaker. Super well done from both of these players. Alpheu ends up winning this entire set by a little bit over 40k. But man, still really well done to Flamester. There was the worry early on after those first 2 sets that this might be a sweep, but Flamester keeping it super competitive as it ever could be. And Alpheu will be winning this match, moving on in the bracket in Flamester, as this is elimination already will be out. But super well fought.
Alpheu. Imagine poor Alpheu having such a great battle against Flamester, only to then realize he has to go against Emrek in the next stage.
Oh no, that's not fair.
Me.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
That's not fair. Poor guy, man. Well, he's got a little bit of time to practice himself up, hopefully. I mean, now having a little extra experience. But that being said, that concludes that match between Flamester and Alpheu. A really close one. Glad we could close the day off with a match like that. Gordy, thank you for casting with me, and that's been us at Lazer Grand Arena for today. But tomorrow we got plenty more matches, and still with equally as high stakes and equally as hype matchups. So, guys, although today is over, tomorrow will still be a new day where you can enjoy some amazing matches to come through. You can see the upcoming matches up here: Malice, Sefsky, Decaden, Riot, Xylus. I mean, those are two matchups that are crazy strong. Atkins and Koshirek would also be really exciting to see. I mean, yeah, tomorrow just gets more and more exciting, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, see you all there.
Yeah, that's it. Simple as that, buddy.
See you all there.
I thought you were gonna say more about that. All right.
No, I had nothing to say.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. There you have it, guys. Thanks so much for watching. I've been Shiba Drummer Vody, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Lazer Grand Arena Cinema. Take care, everyone.